All right. A little bit late, a few minutes late here. Had a few delays getting set up, but we are live and the draft is now live. Roger Goodell is talking us in. I made popcorn. Come on, baby. Let's see what these motherfuckers do.
This is different for us, and it's different for you, because it has to be. Our thoughts have been elsewhere lately. We have been thinking of those fighting bravely on the front lines, and those whose lives have been profoundly changed by this unprecedented crisis.
His words are great, but he could be doing so much more than just giving out his fucking
And first responders.
thoughts and prayers.
And the men and women serving our country. Thanks to these heroes, and to everyone who's done their part to help stop the spread. We will get through this together.
This shit hasn't slowed down at
And
all.
when we do, we will be here for you.
But for the next few hours,
As we celebrate the newest class of the NFL, we hope the draft will
Here we
provide
go.
great everyday challenge. Let us dream of better days
let's see.
and help others. The draft-a-thon will raise awareness and much-needed funding for those who need it most. For those able to help, we encourage you to visit NFL.com/relief to join the NFL family and make a contribution.
Are you guys gonna match it at least? What are you doing?
The most passionate and generous fans in the world. And we
Yeah,
thank
but
you
it's your
for
fans that are
helping
hurting you,
NFL
jackass.
and for being part of our family.
Fuck you. We've been part of your family. We've been fucking funding your enterprise for years. What are you doing? That's what he's doing. A moment of silence. Great.
Thank you. To perform the national anthem, we welcome from his home, with help from his daughter Georgia, Grammy and Emmy Award winner and New Orleans Saints fan, Harry Connick Jr.
What's going on, Landon? Oh yeah, man. This shit's gonna be crazy, bro. Did you see the dude with the dolphins? Cause, bro, they know the Dolphins are gonna be a major theme, so they had to put some fucking Dolphins love in the fucking frontline worker pictures. Make it seem like they actually give a shit. I mean, this fundraiser is months into it. We're still, like, fucking way behind. And they're raising funds from the people who are getting hurt the most. The people, the fans. Like, why can't they just fucking donate $1 billion? I'm sure the NFL has it sitting around somewhere. But instead you got Roger Goodell fucking giving his thoughts and prayers. Using all this fucking footage. Because what do you think? You think they fucking are going to find a way to take some of that shit?
Cities across our country, all over.
And even if not, they're making tons of money off of this fucking whole little production to begin with.
Cheer on really
Will be.
frontline workers fighting this virus, working tirelessly to help navigate us through these unprecedented times. Please join.
This shit is crazy, bruh. On the real though, man, we all gotta appreciate these motherfuckers. Cause this shit is bad. Come on, baby.
This is one.
Got my fucking popcorn. What is this, a commercial? Ah,
But no matter the shape,
already. That's cool. What's going on, y'all? What's going on? I got me a new chair. That shit's comfortable as fuck.
That's why
we're here.
What's going on,
At
baby?
Lowe's, we believe everyone deserves that feeling to help make your home be everything you want it to be. Because home
Got me
is
some
more than
popcorn. I'm
just-
ready for this. I'm ready to see what the Dolphins do, man.
I don't have silent.
Everyone has grandparents that have installments. We buy a new home and we turn it into our parents. What I do is help new homeowners.
Was that adjustable spanner? Good choice, Steve.
Don't forget you're not assisting gas. Yeah, we would have said. Who else reads an expensive brand?
Progressive can protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home auto when you bundle with us.
Does this make you want to Reese's?
Not really.
Okay, we'll stop.
How y'all doing?
Just kidding. We're not gonna stop.
What's going on with y'all?
Not sorry. Reese's. Here's the thing.
Kicking it, man. I'm ready for this shit to kick off.
When you've got public clouds and private
So, I mean,
hybrid clouds.
there've been like a million different fucking scenarios that could play out.
There's the
I still very much think the Dolphins are going to do some trading up for a quarterback.
powered by VMware, a single hub for consistent operating.
Like the
experience.
idea that they might do like a trade to 3 with the Lions and then with and then a trade from 3 to the number 1 spot if they were able to keep a hold of the 5th pick. So in other words, if they were to give the 3rd overall and the 5th overall pick after trading to number 3 with the Lions, which would likely cost us our other 2 first-round picks or something like that, at least one of them, and then trade up to the number 1 pick with the 3rd and the 5th. I mean, that's a lot, man. But there is some viability to it. I don't know. We'll see. Of course, you know, in the past few days, there's been talk that the Dolphins are going to trade up and get a tackle. I doubt that. I doubt they're going to trade up and get a tackle. Is it possible? Of course. But I doubt it because the idea that there's going to be one of the top 4 tackles still there at number 5 is not only plausible, it's a virtual guarantee because some quarterbacks are going to go in the top 5, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, you know, they could perfectly well sit at number 5 to take a tackle, you know, or an offensive lineman. They're not going to move up for an offensive lineman. If they move up further into the top 5, it's going to be for a quarterback. Dr. Fauci, he's cool, man. I like that guy. Henry, what's going on, man? Ready to see who we pick? Yeah, me too. You're praying offensive tackle at 5. Love available at 18 would go for him. 26, I'm indifferent. Maybe second OT in round 1. I mean, that's certainly a lot better than chasing a quarterback and, you know, giving away like massive draft capital to go get one. Totally agree, but I'm still not a fan of taking a quarterback in rounds 1 or 2. Get one every year in the later rounds or mid to late rounds. Hadn't given up on Rosen yet. I mean, look, I've said it. Like, I think that he can still be a good quarterback in this league. Absolutely. The problem is that he's you know, at this point he's developed some bad habits that he's got to overcome on top of the flaws that he already had. And he's got to be in a better situation. It's not going to be with the Dolphins. I mean, it's not going to be. He's not going to have success with the Dolphins, especially after they bring in a quarterback.
This is the group of players that have allowed us to.
Yeah, I mean, Rosen's either going to be cut or traded or something.
So when their name is called, you will see that reaction. You will see that raw emotion.
No, because they'll likely keep Ryan Fitzpatrick over Josh Rosen.
One of those 3 people can actually make the selection for their.
That's what I
team.
think.
And all teams will email or phone in their picks.
Okay, so
they always do throughout every draft.
I mean, depending on what the Dolphins do, they could be picking first.
And we will ride through it, but we'll do it.
Right? That's in the range of possibilities. And then that could be the last time that we hear from them for the night.
As they get set, as you can see, Bengal fans are waiting
Bengals so far right now, though, are still on the clock.
Will it be that simple? Because if it is, it would be the third straight year that the Heisman Trophy winner was taken as the first overall selection in the draft.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see if the Cincinnati Bengals stay put at number 1 and take Joe Burrow.
The Bengals went 2-14, started the season 0-11, but they're hoping they turned it around late and will turn it around tonight. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, to officially open the 2020 draft,
Is the pick in?
go to the commissioner.
Doing the draft this way
Oh, not
is
yet.
strange for all of us.
Motherfucker was talking like the pick was in already.
First, the hug. Sharing that special moment with the player when he is selected is a big highlight for me.
Here we
My
go.
body won't miss those great big bear hugs, but I sure will. Instead, we'll find other ways to have
What a
fun.
fool.
Second, I will miss the interaction I have with our fans over these 3 days. It's a draft
What do you mean? You're gonna miss that the fans boo the shit out of you every fucking time? Get the fuck out of here. This motherfucker's
You
stupid.
can do better than that. Let's go. Oh, straight in. Come on, let's go. Come on, you guys can do better than that.
Look, see, they're booing him.
All right, keep it coming. Wow, people
Even the virtual boos are good. He's sweating too. He needs to do something about that. It's fucking hot here. I know that.
Gets better through the draft. So good luck to every team. Let's get it started. It's now my honor to announce that the first ever virtual NFL draft
Here we go.
is officially open. The Cincinnati
It's open.
Bengals are on the clock.
Bengals on the clock, baby.
Commissioner, thanks very much. We told you we had some booze. for
Here we
you.
go.
Zach Taylor is there, looking to make his first selection.
What are they gonna do?
Also, furiously working through what may be happening.
Let's see. How much time do they have?
The top pick in the draft.
Was it like 5 minutes?
They have had some playoff appearances over the last 10 to 15 years. Have struggled.
Let's see. Give him a strong O-line, which may push Fitz's strength. Yeah, I mean, appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it. I don't think Rosen's gonna have a fair shot with the Dolphins. Oh, they got 10 minutes. Holy shit. I guess so. This is a whole fucking long production. They got to wheel and deal right down to the last second. They'll likely take the whole time too. Watch. So look, they're highlighting Joe Burrow right now.
He comes from a football family. They all went to Nebraska.
Comes from a football family, does Joe Burrow.
Even after he was a 2014 Mr. Football out of Athens High School in Southeast Ohio. And then, of course, went to
He's a good prospect, man, but I just don't believe in chasing quarterbacks or taking one in the first couple rounds. I just don't believe in it.
Then he transferred to LSU. His first season in 2018 was okay.
I'd let everybody else hit and miss on fucking, because you're going to get far more missing than you get hit. So let them fight over it. Let them push. And part of the misses, though, end up being because of the fact that teams reach for it. Like bad teams that don't have good offensive lines will reach for a quarterback thinking that the quarterback is all that they need to solve their issues, and then their quarterback gets fucking slaughtered because their offensive line sucks and they didn't address it adequately. So teams have as much to play in that it certainly is as the prospects themselves.
Well, Cincinnati is here because last year wasn't great. They have had some success, but they need Joe Burrow to go up the ante. Yeah.
They're talking about how the Bengals just need Joe Burrow to up the ante. Here's Mel Kiper Jr. I mean,
Not the worst place to go. For Joe Burrow, what impressed me the most was the big game. There were 5 opponents who finished in the top 10 when the season ended. Against those 5 opponents, Joe Burrow had 22 touchdown passes and 0 interceptions.
Yeah, he had a record-breaking year. We know that, but it was kind of an outlier for his overall career. I mean, he had a good career, but it was, he vaulted to that level. It's a good team around him there at fucking LSU.
charts in all four of those areas. The big leads took place from 18 to 19 because they got 5 guys out into the route, and that's where he was able to spread and shred every single defense he faced with LSU this fall.
Scheme had something to do with it. Kirk motherfucking Warner, baby. Look at this guy. Chiseled.
What are you looking at trait-wise that you like from Joe?
And then look at the fucking shit behind him. Damn.
So what does translate? When you talk to players going from college to the NFL,
This is going to be interesting. They got another 6:20, 6 minutes 20. Joe Burrow looking. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's got the call yet. Look like he's waiting on it, baby. Look like Mama was checking her phone. They haven't got the call yet. What's going on? Under 6 minutes to go.
What did you learn about him through this process?
3 months, not enough time to figure it out. Yeah, well,
Look, Terry, he's a guy who can do many good things, and he's a very diverse quarterback as far as the kind of things that he can
see how this goes, man. See how this goes.
And outside the pocket. Inside the pocket, we've already talked about the fact that he's one of those guys who can just move solely by time, keep his eyes down the field, and throw the ball with accuracy. He can throw the ball outside the pocket on design boots and rollouts, and throw with accuracy.
Louis Riddick talking about how he can just do everything.
He is very athletic, almost sneaky athletic. People watch him.
Sneaky athletic, he says.
With his legs, so he can do it all. You see why
He can do it all, baby. Do it all.
Listen, we've got all the physical traits. Michael, you talked about this earlier in our pregame.
I guarantee you, Zach Taylor and Duke Tobin, I guarantee you on their computers they got like, oh look, in the window you can see it. I guarantee you there's people like fucking scoping his shit. Look, like his big board or something is up there. The reflection, got that whole reflection going on. People are scoping that. But I was gonna say, they got like bids up right now for that number 1 pick, and they're deciding if it's fucking worth it.
As a young man, he's going in a grown man's locker room and trying to win that locker room. They want to know, your quarterback, can you score? We just talked about it, he had the touchdown record in the FBS. They want to know, can you win? They went 15-0 and he won the Heisman Trophy.
Well,
and they want to know, can you lead?
Can you score? Can you win? Can you lead?
That should go a long way, Trey.
Yeah, dude, look, I mean, nobody's arguing he's a great quarterback or that he doesn't have a lot of the traits. He is, but nobody's perfect, so there are some concerns, and it also depends on what situation he goes into.
Skinny kid from Southeast Ohio, he was all the way an outsider.
The context around him is super important. Because again, if he gets slaughtered behind an offensive line that doesn't exist, has no running game, et cetera, then how's he going to lead anybody? How's he going to be, scoring touchdowns? How's he going to win anything? Right? Like, he's got to have a defense that can get the ball back for him. There's a lot that goes into it. He's a good quarterback for sure. I got 3 minutes and 20 seconds left. Oh shit.
Very cool story there, brother. So
Drop the piece of popcorn. Gotta get it. So my cat doesn't eat it.
Widest margin of victory we've ever seen. But during that time, when Joe was at the pinnacle of individual,
Still about 3 minutes.
took a pause.
I bet they're gonna take like right down to the last second.
Seconds, spoke about something that was very near and dear to him.
Joe Burrow saying something at the Heisman Trophy winner acceptance speech or whatever.
From Southeast Ohio, it's
Come on,
a
kid.
very impoverished area. And
Yeah.
the poverty rate is almost 2 times the national average. There's so many people there that don't have a lot.
I like a young kid that's political,
All those kids in Athens,
talking about the poverty rate and where he grew up.
not a lot of food on the table. Hungry after school. Yes, can be after school. I'd like to thank.
Go ahead, kid.
And that has led to the Joe Burrow effect away from the field, including restaurants in Plains, Ohio, naming meals and omelets after him. Look at him celebrating with the fans after they came back after that win over Alabama, and then changing his jersey name to Burrow.
He's a good kid, man, but
Louisiana style.
he can't do everything himself. Got to have a team around him.
Landslide and over $500,000 raised in the Athens Food Pantry. Even got a giraffe named after him. We put him a sign
That's cool, I guess.
This week, thanking them for everything they've done, and of course, self-deflecting as well. Basically monitoring and saying, I haven't gotten a haircut in a month, so don't make fun of me. I couldn't get to the barber and get.
Oh, it doesn't look like he's gotten the call still. The pick is in, though. The Bengals are picking, but it didn't look like Joe Burrow got the call.
Okay, here we go. With the first pick.
So the Bengals have stayed put. Oh, they took him. Well, okay. No, okay, he's getting the call right now.
There you see Joe with mom and dad, and you have to wonder what's going through his mind right now. Remember when he entered the
Hi.
he said one more time.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad.
And Scott Frost, the coach, said, "Is he better than what we got?" The answer is yes.
So the Bengals took Joe Burrow at number 1 overall. The Redskins are now on the clock, 7.5.
If you were a little cautious early on, Trey, this is a 6th-round pick going into the year, and all of a sudden.
All right. So, quick analysis. Either the Dolphins weren't willing to give up enough, or the Bengals didn't think they had enough, or some, form or fashion. There was not. We know that they made a concerted effort to get there. They were not able to do it for whatever reason. And so the Dolphins, as it stands, still pick at number 5, 18, and 26 in the first round. They did not move up to the number 1 spot. That is now written in stone, written in history. He's good, man. Now let's see what happens. Let's see if the Bengals can put it together with him around, or with a team around him. Nobody can do everything themselves, man. I love when they say, "Oh, we'll never see this kind of thing again." Records get broken, bro. Eventually, they get broken. But you never know. Maybe he will be, maybe his records won't get broken ever. So, Washington, they are on the clock. They are expected to take Chase Young. That seems to be the consensus, is that Washington is going to take Chase Young. However, there has been talk that they could take a quarterback if they felt good about Tua's health, etc. They could trade the pick to somebody else who wants maybe a quarterback. So there's tons of things that could happen. They are still on the clock. 5:23 left to go for their pick. So far, no trades. I mean, it just started, so. You gotta like the highlights, man. The technology now is fucking dope. He's good, man. All right, so Joe Burrow is off the board. So what do the Dolphins do? Do they move up to the number 3 spot? Do they stay at number 5 to take a quarterback? Do they stay put at number 5 and take a tackle and move up from 18 to take Jordan Love? What do they do? Burrow is now off the board, and the Redskins pick is in.
We already talked about the pocket mechanics. Look at him move up in the pocket here, keep his eyes down the field, 2 hands on the football, make sure it's secure, and then hit Justin Jefferson come across the middle of the field. Tom Brady,
Man, it is warm. It's starting to get warm in Cali.
his entire career. He doesn't have to be a great athlete, but he's
Woo!
super just smooth in the pocket. And now outside the pocket,
So happy Brady's not with the Patriots. Yeah, no lie though. I mean, look, I will never think that if the Buccaneers made it to the Super Bowl, it's not because of just Tom Brady, but they are getting Rob Gronkowski now too, because apparently he's coming out of retirement to play with Brady there. And I mean, they could be pretty deadly, honestly. Wow. This Louis Riddick just compared Joe Burrow to Ryan Tannehill. I mean, I agree that Ryan Tannehill's a good quarterback and that he's given way too much hate, et cetera, et cetera. But that's crazy, bro. The Redskins pick is in. What's going on, brother?
You were in Nashville last year for the draft. I had said to you then, you're going to be number 1 overall in 2020. What would you have said?
I would have told you you were crazy. You know,
You're crazy.
You know, we had really good players coming back. I had great coaches. We were going to work really
At least he
hard
does, you know,
to jump up to
give props to everybody around him, so that's good.
crazy to me. But it's a dream come true.
Mel Kiper shared earlier that going into last season, he had a 6th-round.
Pretty humble response. It's
and
good.
He won the Heisman, a national title.
Yeah, he seems to be a good kid. Good kid, good football player.
Well, I wasn't very good my senior year. You know, it's pretty simple. I worked really hard to get better. All my guys worked really hard to get better. We just gelled as a team this year to do exactly what we did.
So let's see
I
if
just wasn't as good as I was my senior year. But I worked really, really hard to improve.
Tell us what the
Good
area
answers.
represents on your shirt.
740. This is
Area code.
Adams County area. I wanted to get something to represent my home area.
Holy shit, son, it is fucking
Great.
it's over
I just wanna
90.
Show as much appreciation to this area as I can.
Joe, congratulations. Number 1.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Susie, Joe, thanks very much. Congratulations. Washington is now on the clock, and you're looking at
Chase Young looks like he's on the phone with somebody. So it looks like he might be going to the Washington Redskins, as everybody predicts.
In this draft, based on total talent, if you look at Mel Kiper's big board, so let's tell you a little bit
Let's
about
see.
Chase Young and the things that he's been able to do at Ohio State.
Pick is in. It's been in for a minute.
Over the years have come out of Ohio State.
No, my AC's not broke. It's just expensive to run it, and
Here's the
I'm
entire
broke.
list of Ohio State defensive ends that have had multi-years with double-digit sack seasons. Mike Vrabel,
although I'm thinking about putting that shit on though.
that's the entire list. That's why a lot of people think that they are zeroing in on the man they call the Predator.
Yeah, I mean the Bengals still could be a ways away from being competitive. Yeah, you know that because Joe Burrow's not everything, man. Like it's more than that. It's more than just the quarterback. I mean, it's great if you can get legendary quarterbacks, but all right, so here we go. Washington's pick coming up.
With the second pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Washington Redskins select
Take
Chase Young,
so they take Chase Young.
Ohio State. Congratulations, Chase.
Ha! They cut Roger Goodell off.
So there you see Chase, a very, very happy young man, a team captain in the nucleus of that defense that allowed the fewest total yards per
So
game.
Chase Young is now the number 2 overall pick. Detroit is on the clock with 4:40 to go.
Because Chase Young, born in Upper Marlboro, Maryland, second straight year that Washington has gone the Maryland route for a first-round pick.
So this is a possible spot where the Dolphins could be trading up to. If they trade up to the number 3 spot, then it's an increased likelihood that they take a quarterback at that spot. If they stay at number 5, they could take a quarterback at number 5, or they could take an offensive tackle at number 5, or anything. They could take anything, really. All right.
Washington getting in Chase Young?
Well, quite simply, Freddie, they're getting the best player this entire
They can move back. They could trade up from the number 18 spot. Pretty soon we will know a little bit more. The Detroit Lions are on the clock with 3:45 left to go. The pick is not currently in, so we'll have to wait and see how it plays out.
You're getting a guy who can be a Hall of Fame type player. Bill Polian once said, when you draft
See how this goes, man.
they have to be worthy of wearing a gold jacket. And this young man, Chase Young, he definitely is a versatile defensive end that can play the left side or the right
It's
side.
interesting
And
for
if
sure.
Is Montez Sweat on the right side, now Chase Young on the left side. You have a very, very good pair of bookends.
I think you look at that division with that Prescott,
Here we go.
Carson Wentz, and emerging Daniel Jones. Now you get the outside pass rush.
All right, bro. I think I'm.
You know, Chase Young's going to be a factor. He is the master of the
It's fucking hot, dude.
fumbles. He knows how to create. Final 3 games of the season.
I think I'm gonna turn this bitch on for a bit.
It made it easier for the Bengals to say, hey, it's Joe Burrow, not Chase Young, but certainly wrenches every throw. That's to say to get the best player on the board. Pretty much all year has been Chase Young.
Whew.
But one of the things about Chase Young, when you're talking about comparables and guys who he looks like in the NFL,
It is warm.
Look at a guy like Jadeveon in terms of height, weight, and speed. They look almost like them, those far as their body type. When you just look at them on the screen, I mean, these guys really are the prototype when you're talking about 4-3 defensive ends. And with Chase Young, it starts in
Come on. 213.
Reset the line of scrimmage, and then come back inside and make tackles here. We see Jadeveon Clowney, he's just going to win here with speed at the line of scrimmage, but he's still disruptive and get the TFL to tackle for the loss. And then there's the power component rushing the passer, where you just hop off the ball and really just take the offensive tackle, deposit it back in the lap of the quarterback, come off the block, and then make the sack. Here you're going to see Jadeveon Clowney do the same thing to Mike Whitfield.
All right, Lions pick is in, so no trade apparently.
And then they're just rushing with speed, just absolutely teeing off with one, and you can just run the horn there, get your inside pack down, and sprint to the quarterback. And then with Jadeveon Clowney, you see here, he's just going to throw the rip, continue high side, and finish with the sack.
Lions pick is in, so apparently we are not moving up. And let's also note, though, nobody else has moved up yet either to get a quarterback. So what's going to happen there? Herbert is still on the board. Love is still on the board. Tua is still on the board. What game is on? Yeah, it's totally the draft.
He did certainly well. Real quickly, Chase
Totally
Young
the
was
draft.
destined to be a football player. He was playing flag football at the age of 5. He didn't go for the flags. He kept tackling the players, then getting their flags. The other parents complained and said it isn't fair. Sometimes life isn't
Get to
fair.
the pick,
It
baby.
may not be fair that Jeff
What's the
Adams
Lions
out
doing?
in that kind of body for Chase Young.
So it doesn't appear as if there's been a trade. So
That's an honor of his.
I'm pretty sure they would have
Who died in 2012.
announced that already.
H. Robinson died at 74 after a long illness.
Look, Matt Patricia's son is right there with him.
Once as a boy, and they are honoring him with that picture tonight.
How the fuck about that? This kid gets to be there with fucking on live television with Matt Patricia with his dad. Okay, so the Lions are picking. So they take Jeffrey Okudah, corner.
And there you see the reaction of Grand Prairie, Texas, where Jeff Okudah is from. The quarterback goes up the board. Here's what's really interesting. The top 3 picks in this draft, at one time or another, all played at Ohio State University.
All right, so the Giants are on the board, on the clock rather, 7:43 left to go for their pick. There have been no trades at this point. Jeffrey Okudah goes off the board at number 3.
In January of 2017, he wears a bracelet.
Let's see. You're thinking quarterbacks and wide receivers drop down as we go. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some that drop, obviously, for sure at this point. But, I mean, look, Herbert is not going to last much longer. I can't imagine Tua even will last much longer. Tua's not going to fall out of the first round, I don't think. It's possible if teams are really that scared overall about his injuries, but
Well, Trey, I see the size and the length and somebody that is outstanding in press coverage. He wants to play physical.
we got to wait and see, baby.
We saw him doing against some of the best wide receivers in this year's draft class. He's got the fluidity to be able to open up. He can drive on the football. He can find and play the football.
So let's see what happens.
He was the most complete quarterback in this year's draft.
Giants are still on the clock.
I think it was very close. The Detroit Lions have to get better against the pass, and this was the best option for them to get that done.
So what is going to happen, man? I mean, I wonder. I can't imagine there are going to be no trades. Although there was talk, I saw some articles or whatever talking about how, well, the first things that I saw were that they expected, like someone was saying that they expect there to be a lot of trades, just like in recent history. But then I saw something where they were like, yeah, you know, because of everything going on right now, you know, and doctors not being able to, like, you know, check with patients, players not being, or patients with players not being able to have like pro days and shit like that, right? You know, there could be less. You could end up seeing less trades. Look, these motherfuckers got their kids up there. These kids are lucky, bruh. So lucky.
Chase Young and Okuda, all teammates at Ohio State in 2017.
That's cute. So apparently Burrow, Young, and Okuda were all teammates at Ohio State in 2017. Well, that's cute. Okay, well, so far the Dolphins haven't done some of the worst things that they could have done. Trade away the whole fucking farm to go up like to the number one spot. So that's good. So they haven't jumped over the cliff of crazy yet. Offensive tackle for the Giants, maybe. All I can tell anyone, don't pick Tua. I mean, we'll see. I don't think. Again, I mean, you guys know my base philosophy. I wouldn't take a quarterback in round 1 or 2 every year in round 3, blah, blah, blah. But having said that, even if you were going to take a quarterback in the first round, I wouldn't take Tua because his injuries are way too much of a concern for me. And especially because the Dolphins wouldn't have a team around him that would be able to help support him as he's coming along. It is possible that they certainly could sit him for a year and let him redshirt. That would be the smart thing to do if they were to take him, you know, to let him adjust to the NFL, to let him get used to the playbook, and then also so that way he can have another year of rehab and, you know, rest, et cetera, to lessen the risk, right? So they could do that. Will they do that? I don't know. With Josh Rosen and Ryan Fitzpatrick as the other quarterbacks, I don't know. Are they going to want to take their shiny new toy and put him right in there as like this fucking, you know, beacon of you know, wonderful things to come or whatever? That dude had something on his face that looked like. Anyway, we'll have to see. But the Giants have 3 minutes left. They're still on the clock. Pick not in. 3 players have already gone off the board. 2 of the top defenders have gone off the board. Chase Young and Jeffrey Okuda at 2 and 3 respectively. Joe Burrow went off the board at number 1 to the Bengals. So the Giants are taking a little while to get their pick in, so they could be in talks. They could be in talks for a trade. Somebody could be trying to jump the Dolphins to get a quarterback before we do. If somebody tries to jump us to take like Justin Herbert, for example, how does that shake things up for the Dolphins? Would they be willing to take Tua at 5, the third quarterback off the board? They are now under 2 minutes on the clock and still no pick-in as of right now. Time is ticking. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? What are they going to do? They are on the phone furiously. Who's got fucking draft capital they want to spend? Come on, baby. Let's go.
Every day we hear the people cheering. We feel it, and it gives us hope.
Working on the front
Okay.
lines of this crisis can be overwhelming, but knowing when this together keeps us strong.
It's what you're not doing
To
that's
get-
keeping us
ooh,
safer.
cutie.
Just by staying home helps us save lives. So keep it up.
Hell yeah, I'll do it for you. Nah, I'm just playing.
Our families and loved ones, thank you too.
Please know that we're cheering you on too. We are stronger. Yes.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, I just wish. Anyway, let's. Giants, their pick is in. So, no trade. Pick is in. Here we go. No trades yet.
If we unite behind this cause,
What time is it?
we can provide relief to those significantly impacted by the pandemic.
Giants pick is in. Who do they take? Is it an offensive tackle? Do they take a quarterback, even though they have Daniel Jones?
Are now ready to roll. You know, they won that Super Bowl. Super Bowl 46. They won 17 over the Patriots. That seems like a lifetime ago for Giants fans. They failed to make the playoffs in 7 of their next 8 seasons.
Pick is
The last
in.
time they did, they lost to the wild card round. Eli retired following the 2019 season. Once a Giant, only a Giant was the line. Head coach Pat Shermer was fired in December, 9-23. Joe Judge hired in January, and Joe Judge, now of course, went the route last spent time with the Patriots.
What do we do? What do we do? What are the Giants doing?
Coordinator, but also worked out with the linebackers there. And he sort of had a little viral moment here.
I don't know, man. I've always enjoyed the evolution of things. The reason why I'm not. I like the old uniforms for sure, but they bring them back twice a year, and that's good enough for me, man. Like because if they brought it back full time, then it wouldn't. I know a lot of people will disagree with this, but it wouldn't be as special because you would have it all the time. Part of what makes it special is that you don't have it all the time anymore. You know? All right.
Saquon Barkley and your franchise, your potential franchise quarterback in Daniel Jones. Going to keep them upright. Too many hits on the quarterback.
What are they doing? They expect an offensive lineman here.
Tristan Wirfs, Iowa, Jedrick Wills Jr., Alabama. And then there's defensive stuff there. First of all, Isaiah Simmons, outside linebacker Clemson, but they've got Gilliman, the offensive tackle.
What are they doing?
For Barkley and Daniel Jones.
All right, listen, it certainly seems
Mel Kiper.
made it clear he loves
What are they doing? What are they doing? Ain't been no trades yet, man.
the big guys up front.
There's a difference
Isaiah
between
Simmons is still there. That was what he has called him, a beautiful football player. What will the Giants do?
What will the Giants do? Pick is in. Roger Goodell's so boring.
The fourth pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Andrew Thomas,
Andrew Thomas.
Georgia.
Surprise that it's an offensive lineman.
So they take Andrew Thomas, 4th overall. Miami is now going to be on the clock.
Andrew Thomas.
All right, so the Dolphins did not trade up from number 5. Now there's 2 more options at this point. They can stay put and pick a player, or they can trade back. What do? If they stay put, which at this point I think is probably the more likely situation, then who do they take? Do they take Justin Herbert at 5 overall? Who do they take? Do they take an offensive tackle and then trade up to get a quarterback from 18th overall? So far, I'm actually not disappointed with how the Dolphins I mean, it's kind of weird to say how the Dolphins have performed because, like, it's not like they're really doing much, but, like, especially since, they're finally now on the clock. Finally, it's only the 5th pick. But, like, they didn't move up. They didn't move up. So, credit to them. They did not move up. They did not fucking give away, like, 3 first-round picks. Because that's probably what it would have took. At least probably 3 first-round picks. Probably at least 2 from this year, 1 from next year, or maybe 3 from this year, all 3 of our first-round picks from this year. That might have been the asking price. And then maybe a second-round pick as well from this year or next year. So let's see, 5:20 on the clock for the Dolphins. What do they do? Who are the Dolphins taking? Yeah, I mean, I personally do not. I would not take Tua. Yeah, I mean, sure. There's a lot of people that hold that opinion that that Tua is the pick that should be there. I would not take him.
They have had their issues since Dan Marino. And you look at all the things.
But they can prove me wrong. Let's see what happens. I mean, they're going over all the players that they got rid of. Tunsil, Stills, Fitzpatrick, Minka Fitzpatrick, Tannehill, Kiko Alonso, Frank Gore, Danny Amendola, Juwan James.
Since he retired before the 2000 season, that's 21 different starting quarterbacks. And they've only drafted 1 quarterback in the first round, Ryan Tannehill, 8th overall, and now he's signed to be the Tennessee Titans.
So 4 minutes left to go. Dolphins are still on the clock. Are they going to pick or are they going to trade out of the spot? Because they obviously can't trade up anymore. The first 4 picks are done. If there was a trade, they would be going backwards.
Where Tua Tagovailoa comes off the board. There you see Tua's family getting set to hopefully hear their name. Let's go back to Kurt Warner from the NFL Network and our Hall of Famer. Kurt, Tua Tagovailoa. We know about the health issues the Dolphins once passed on Drew Brees.
So let's see if they take Tua. Look, they're all anxious as fuck.
I think when you're at this spot in the draft, you're the number 5 pick, you say to yourself, do we feel there is a transcendent
Derek Brown, huh?
at the quarterback position if you do not have one?
You want an offensive tackle? I would take an offensive tackle over a quarterback for sure. These quarterbacks aren't worth it. Yeah. Burrow's going to get eaten in the north. I feel bad. Yeah, I mean, it definitely depends. It definitely depends on the situation around him. So, I mean, his success is not guaranteed. There's nothing about it that's guaranteed. So let's see what they do.
They decided to pass on Drew Brees because they didn't clear his shoulder. They went with a safer pick in Dante Culpepper. And let's just
Okay, Dolphins have submitted their pick. Pick is in. You think Tua? It could be, man. I mean, it definitely could be. Tua was the guy apparently from the beginning, so maybe it is. Maybe Tua's going to South Beach.
It's all about future performance projection, and what's the future performance projection as far as Tua's concerned is he going to be on the football field? And I think when you're picking in the top 5 here, obviously you're going to be a little bit cautious as far as they may look.
Or maybe it could be Justin Herbert. That is possible. They could go the Herbert route.
He just sets the world on fire. If we get lucky and he does learn how to get the ball out of his hands faster and take care of himself, we may have that generational guy.
We may have that generational player. May is the key. You don't know. And if he gets hurt again, man.
So let's just see if they go ahead and they feel caution to the wind and make the pick, or do they back off? Well, listen, the great Spanish philosopher Santayana said those who do not remember history are destined to repeat it. So we'll see what happens here. If that's the case,
Let's see what happens here. Dolphins pick is in.
Process of looking about what Tua may bring to the Dolphins, if it is indeed in. Let's go back to Mel. Mel, listen, we've been through this, and we know we're in a weird situation here with the medical, and you can't really get your hands on these guys.
What's gonna happen?
If this was a normal run-up to
Definitely
the draft,
Tua.
would this be as much of an issue
I
as
think
it
there's a
is?
solid likelihood of that.
Trade. I think you look at it, if you wouldn't be there at 5-1 for the entry, they would have had to trade up to get him. But the offensive tackle is interesting. Then you circle back and get a quarterback at 18 if you have to Tua. This is a fascinating pick. We've been talking about it seems like for 2 months every day.
Yeah,
Listen, it's gonna
this
be-
dude is so shaky. He's so, or like jittery. Mel Kiper, he's funny. He's a funny guy. Funny guy. Hey, get out of there. Stop that. Don't you fucking chew on that. Pick is in. Looks like they're going to Roger Goodell right now. Here we go.
With the 5th pick,
Who do we take?
2020 NFL draft,
Who is it?
Miami Dolphins select Tua Tagovailoa,
They took Tua.
quarterback, Alabama.
They took Tua.
Which means for the first time since Kellen Moore, who was not
All right. Well, let's see what happens, man. They took Tua at number 5. So let's see what happens. He is now a Miami Dolphin. They got their guy. Apparently, they got their guy. So, sprained knee, left quad, left ankle, broken index finger, dislocated hip, posterior wall fracture, concussion, broken nose. This dude gets battered, bro.
Sprained knee, a left quad, a left ankle, a broken index finger. He's had spiral surgeries on both of his ankles. And then, of course, in November of 2019, on this play against Mississippi State, the dislocation and the fracture of the hip that sent to his draft status into doubt. But I guess the medicals came back as clean as everybody was saying they were going to be.
Yep. So they have bought in. They have bought in on Tua.
20-second workout.
Here we go. It's going to be interesting.
No question about it. It's interesting, Trey, that-
We'll see. I mean, look, nobody can argue that there is a ton of expectation on this team. If the NFL actually has a season, which still might not happen, there is still a substantial possibility that the NFL might not actually even get to play in 2020, which ironically actually could be good for Tua in, you know, the fact that he could then get healthy because he's not on the field, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, so look, at the end of the day, I was wrong about a lot of things. Like, they did not trade up to the number 1 spot. They did not trade up to the number 2 spot. But the one thing, the main point I had is that they were going to take the quarterback that Stephen Ross loved. And apparently they have now done that. So let's see what they do. They got Tua, and let's see how it plays out. But yeah, the expectation is going to be massively high because on paper, at very least, on paper, that defense is massively upgraded. On paper, we have to wait and see how it plays out. And they already did some stuff on offense. They got a couple offensive linemen and a running back. Now they got the quarterback that they fucking, coveted. They still got 2 more picks in the first round at 18 and at 26. So let's see what they do, man. I mean, if they can get one of the top tackles, then it's not the worst scenario in the world, but I still wouldn't take the risk with no guarantee that you're going to have an offensive line. But that's why I said it could ironically be in his favor if there actually didn't end up being a 2020 season. Because if there was no 2020 season, then he wouldn't have to play football. He could get healthy for a year. And then maybe in 2021, he could come back and be, whatever. But that's still a little ways away. Chargers are on the clock. 4 minutes left to go.
Step up in the pocket, escape to the left, and throw the center out to Jerry Jeudy there on the sideline. Nobody was better at doing that than Steve Young, who was one of the best athletes to ever play quarterback in the NFL, and Mark Liddell. So these two guys,
Here we go. Chargers need a quarterback. Is it Justin Herbert?
Thanks very much. So again, left-handers, here's what we're
A lot of people think that Herbert's going to go to the Chargers.
It's a real thing. Lane Kiffin, when he was with Bama, went up there to scout him, and as soon as he saw the kid play, he said, "I found the next Steve Young." He threw a 13-year-old to get to a live practice in his first throw for his high school team was a 70-yard touchdown.
Man, I mean, I've definitely got my concerns with taking Tua at 5, but at least they didn't trade up. He is to be fair, he is a very talented kid. I'm just not convinced he's going to be able to hold up.
Recently, and that was Dr. Thomas side in Nashville, Tennessee, where Tua was working out in rehab. And
that's it, though. Tua Tagovailoa is now going to be the Miami Dolphins quarterback. So, and it's going to be, if there is a season, it's going to be very interesting to see if he's the starter at the beginning of the year. If Tua is the starter at the beginning of the season, I don't think that will be a smart move. I think they need to let him sit. I think they need to let him redshirt for a year, unless he gets unless the starter, whoever that is, gets injured. But this also puts into question, so now you have Ryan Fitzpatrick and Josh Rosen. Personally, I think it means the end of Josh Rosen. I think that they're going to likely keep the veteran who did, show some good leadership and some moxie as the quarterback last year. He obviously has been around for a while, right? And he knows some shit. I think they're more likely to keep Ryan Fitzpatrick than Josh Rosen. So, if Ryan Fitzpatrick was to get hurt, which is certainly possible, but, I mean, who knows, man? Maybe this offensive line could be totally different by the end of the night, right? Maybe they take a tackle. Maybe they trade up again to take another tackle. I don't know. That's crazy. Or maybe they just take 2 tackles with their second or with their other first-round picks. Do Chargers go quarterback too? Probably. I do think they do need a quarterback. So I'm going to guess that they go with Herbert. I'm going to say it's Herbert. Will Fitzpatrick start? I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's going to be tough. I think it's going to be really tough for Stephen Ross and this organization and whatnot from not playing him. Because look, the fans are going to be clamoring for it. They picked him. They're like, he's the guy. He's going to be our future quarterback for forever and ever and ever. It's going to be Tua Tagovailoa. He's going to be our guy that takes us to the promised land. Okay? And so there's all that pressure. They took him 5th overall despite the medicals. The pick is in for the Chargers. It's hard. Hang on.
Los Angeles Chargers select Justin Herbert.
Yep, Chargers take Justin Herbert. So Chargers take Justin Herbert. So that's pretty expected. What was I saying? Fucking jeez. Yeah. So there's a ton of pressure, man. I think it's going to be tough for them to keep him out of the game. I think it would be the smart thing to do, even though the majority of fans are going to hate it. But that's what I would do. I would absolutely just redshirt him. I would come out strong in the press conference afterwards, which, by the way, I got the software that I needed to be able to record the press conferences and add those back into my videos. And so I will be doing that. I don't know when I will be doing the video, either tonight or probably early tomorrow. I'm going to try and do it tonight, but just a quick video to recap what happened and also to give you guys the press conference if it's available. Hopefully it's available and I can find it and I can get it. But I do have the software and I will do that for you guys going forward like I used to. Yeah. So Chargers take Justin Herbert. But yeah, so there's going to be a ton of pressure on the Dolphins, man, to play this guy. Keep Fitz, deal Rosen, and sit Tua just like Mahomes. Honestly, that's what I would do. I would. I absolutely would, for sure. What a reach. For who? You think Tua? You think Tua was the reach or Justin Herbert? The Chargers. How you take? I mean, look, what's going on? I'm Brown, by the way. What's going on, dude? So I was just saying, like, it's not the worst situation, right? Like, they could have done worse things. They get credit for not trading up to the number 3 or the number 1 spot and giving away, like, all of our first-round picks. They get credit for that. I would not have taken Tua. I would have taken an offensive tackle over him. And my philosophy, dude, I would not take a quarterback in round 1 or 2 ever. I would take a quarterback in round 3 or later every year. So there's that. But I was just saying that there's going to be a ton of pressure for them to play him, right? Because he's their shiny new quarterback. They took him at 5th overall despite his health concerns. All they got is Fitzpatrick and Rosen. I think the smart thing would be to sit him for a year, redshirt him behind Fitzpatrick, but also the fans, the majority of fans, now that Tua is a Miami Dolphin, they will be clamoring for him to be the starter on day 1. So, what do? The Panthers are on the board right now, and they also need a quarterback because they got rid of Cam Newton. So does Jordan Love or somebody else go off the board here at quarterback? Or do they think that it's not time for those other guys? So, again, I wouldn't have picked him. I would have gone a different route, but it certainly could have been worse. They could have traded away a bunch of draft capital and moved up to pick anybody. Burrow, Herbert, Tua, whatever. I think doing that would have been foolish, and they didn't do that. So credit. It wouldn't have been my pick. There's going to be a ton of pressure to play him. I think that would be the wrong decision. I think they should redshirt him for a year, and then we'll see. I mean, look. At no point have I questioned the kid's talent. He's got the talent. I just wouldn't take him because I'm not personally willing to bet. I mean, it's a multi-layered thing because I have my base philosophy on quarterbacks, but I wouldn't, if I was going to take a quarterback in round 1, I wouldn't fucking, invest such high draft capital and whatever in a guy that's proven to be injury prone. He is. I mean, you can't say that he's not. Like, he has sustained many injuries over, a good amount of time. So it is what it is. Anyway, we'll see how it turns out. Let's see. Tua was a bad pick. He's not going to last in the NFL. He almost quit. He almost quit high school football. Well, like I said, man, Thomas, we'll see. We'll see how it pans out. Look, no matter what, Tua's career is going to go, a certain way depending on certain factors, right? So it depends partly on him, the work that he puts in, the dedication, the preparation, all that stuff. Then you have an uncontrollable factor that nobody can control, which is the injury thing. But the Dolphins have some things that they can do as well to help mitigate that uncontrollable factor. They can never fully control it, but they can mitigate it by redshirting him for a year and sitting him behind Ryan Fitzpatrick and not throwing him into the fire immediately. Especially because if your offensive line does not play to the level that you hope that they're going to play at and he gets battered, then you have a problem. So we'll see. At least they didn't move up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I said, so look, I have been very consistent, right? I care about the facts. So they get credit for not moving up. They get credit for not moving up to take a quarterback, but they still did take a quarterback, which is not the philosophy that I would go with in round one. I mean, to be fair, they do still have 2 other first-round picks, though. So there is that, right? So they do still have 2 other first-round picks, but I wouldn't take a quarterback, and they took the quarterback that has the most injury history, and he is already, to begin with, an undersized quarterback, and you don't know if he's going to have an offensive line or a run game that's going to be adequate. But it's going to be exciting to see how it plays out. Look, even if I don't agree with it, that doesn't mean I can't be excited, because I mean, I love my team, it's the Dolphins, and I love them, and I've been a fan of them since I'm 31 now. So it's been like somewhere between, like 18 or like 19 to 21 years, somewhere in there. Like, I've been a fan for a long ass fucking time. It's my team, man. I don't have a tattoo of them yet, but I will. The Panthers pick is in. And, so there are emotions here for me, right?
Let's find out from Commissioner Roger Goodell.
All right, Panthers pick is in.
Come on, Panther fans. With the 7th pick, the 2020 NFL Draft, Carolina Panthers select Derek Brown. Defensive tackle goes to the Panthers. Sorry, brother.
Well, there you see Derek Brown.
Auburn, I know you wanted Derek Brown. He goes to the Panthers, man. Thomas, yeah, they drank the Ross Kool-Aid. Yeah, absolutely. See, okay, so since I am a person, you wanted him to go to the Panthers. I thought you wanted him to go to the Browns. Well, there you go. Congratulations. So, since I am a person that cares about the facts, I am capable of admitting when I was wrong. And so I was wrong. I thought that they were going to, in Ross's desperation, move up to like the number 1 pick or the number 3 pick. I thought they were going to trade up for sure. They did not. I admit that. They did not. And so credit to them. But I was certainly correct that at the end of the day, they were going to take whichever quarterback Stephen Ross fell in love with. He fell in love with Tua. It was Tua from the beginning, bottom line, right? And either one was fine. So Tua was the pick from the beginning, and all of the reports about Tua's injury have been glowing. There has not been a single hint of negativity from any report that I've seen about Tua's recovery. And so they bought in, man. And let's see what happens. Arizona is on the clock. They got under 3 minutes. Pick number 8. Derek Brown just went to the Carolina Panthers.
Consistent production gave him the edge over John Kinlaw. South Carolina's the first defensive tackle. Baltimore, how did he do against the big games, against the top-level opponents? Texas A&M,
let's see what happens, baby. This is interesting. Also, I mean, look, it is exciting, too, because we do have 3 first-round picks. So if the Dolphins end up taking 3 first-rounders, I mean, when was the last time the Dolphins had 3 first-round picks? However, here's the thing, though. And this is part of the reason why I absolutely disagree with the way that they handled the offseason. They doled out massive contracts, and they blew through it. So you have 3 to 5 year contracts with massive money guaranteed to these players, not just the total amount of contract, but the guaranteed money is astounding that the Dolphins gave away. So you're going to have to not only deal with that for 3 to 5 years per player, right? Even if you cut them or trade them before then, you're still going to have cap ramifications because of those players. So you have that, but then in 4 years, 5 years if you decide to take their 5th year options, but in 5 years, you're then going to have to decide if you want to sign all of these first round picks, and you're going to have another 3 years worth of first round picks. And then you're going to have so many guys that you're going to have to decide, do you take them? Do you keep them? Blah, blah, blah. So then you're going to end up having cap, potential cap issues. Now, to be fair, the cap goes up every year. So there is that. Also, there's definitely always ways to move cap around, et cetera, et cetera. It almost never seems to really matter. But yeah, let's see. I guess there's always next year's draft. Tank for Trevor. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's going to happen. I think at this point they are going all in and expecting to be, top performers this season. I think the expectation at this point is going to be massive success. Cardinals are in. Isaiah Simmons to the Cardinals.
Well, it is hard to fault.
There's one of the top defenders.
If you just listen to Dabo Swinney, his college head coach, he said he's just a beautiful football player. He checks all the boxes. In fact,
there goes Isaiah Simmons off the board. Jacksonville's on the clock, 7:18.
In Olathe, Kansas. But he did a little bit of
watch Rosen go to New England. Maybe. Yeah, Rosen is a couple months younger than Burrow. Now Cam's gone. It's going to seem weird. My dad was a Panthers. Yeah. That's how it goes, man. That's how it goes. I mean, this jersey I'm wearing is a Ryan Tannehill jersey. So.
And that's a dead heat. And the time he put in at the combine was absolutely spectacular. And we take a look at where
Jacksonville's up. And there have been no trades yet. No trades. You have Joe Hayden. Nice. He's a good player. Yeah, it's hard though, man. It's hard to ever know, if it's all right to get a fucking player's jersey. The only jersey I have that's still relevant is my Devontae Parker jersey, ironically enough.
Isaiah Simmons in that exact same way because he can do so many different things. One week he might be lined up and covering George Kittle. The next week you might use him as a spy on Russell Wilson. You can blitz him from off the edge. You can even play him in the deep middle third.
Let's see what happens, man. Dolphins still have 2 more picks in this round. One in the late teens and one in the mid-20s. And there have been no trades. And we're on pick number 9, Jacksonville.
They say really, really simple. When you draft a guy this high, you want it in your front 7 where he can impact the football game. So I look for Isaiah Simmons to line up in the front 7, outside linebacker, maybe inside linebacker. He's going to blitz. He's going to come downhill. They're going to put him in a position, Lewis, where he can affect the football game every single down.
Yeah, it's interesting, DJ, that you said Jordan James. I watched some tape on him and said, well, this is a guy who can come down in the box, he can go out on the perimeter and cover, this guy can play in the middle of the field. When you're in position with players like that, it's multiple personnel.
Damn, look at that girl. Woo! Is that his lady? God damn. She is.
Well, he's ridiculous.
Was that like his sister or something?
4'39" at 238 pounds, and he
Yeah.
is moving in the desert now.
All right. Cardinals took Isaiah Simmons. Jacksonville still on the clock. 4.5 minutes left. Taking a short break. Let's see. If the plan is to sit Tua for a year, you keep Rosen as your number 2 quarterback. Yeah, I mean, they could. They could, certainly. I don't know that I would, and the reason why is simply because you have an entire team to build still. And so, I might want to keep – although, look, correct me if I'm wrong, but Josh, I mean, even if he is, I can't imagine that he would get there. I was going to say Josh Rosen is technically, I think, eligible for the practice squad, although I can't imagine he would make it there if we cut him. somebody would grab him. But, you know, Jake Rudick is on the roster too. So, I mean, there's definitely somebody's going away. Jake Rudick is probably going to get cut. Maybe he goes back to the practice squad. I think he's still eligible to go back to the practice squad. I don't know. I mean, do they keep all three? Do they keep – I don't know. It's possible. I just find it hard to believe that Tua's not going to play. Like, I think it would be smart, absolutely, to redshirt him for a year. Do I think that they're going to do that? I think it's more likely that they end up playing him. But look, I don't know fucking everything. Not even close. You know, I thought that it was definitely, and certainly there was tons of evidence to suggest that they were going to trade up, but they didn't. They resisted the urge, or it could be, maybe it wasn't even in their control. Maybe they just got denied. Maybe their offers got denied. But then again, maybe they were just really not willing to give away, you know, everything just to go get a guy. So they get that credit, man. They get credit for not moving up. Yeah, y'all fucking rich as shit, bruh. Crazy. Anyway, Jags pick is in. There have been absolutely no trades yet.
Not just America, it's all of us. Collectively. Like a great team.
I hope you're staying safe, protecting yourself, protecting your families, protecting the whole world. And I know we're going to get through this together.
We don't be all right. I understand.
We gonna be all right. Not yet, bro. Not yet. We ain't. This fucking shit ain't slowing down yet. There is still a possibility there's not going to be an NFL season. Let's remember that too. There is still that possibility.
We know that y'all on the front lines are really thinking about you. I can't thank you guys enough in Dallas for all your sacrifices.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, man. So look, we're gonna get through this sooner or later.
We're all going through this together. We're all getting through this together.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna fucking there's gonna be, you know, another side. Like it will eventually end. Theoretically, it'll eventually end anyway. But I mean, this shit is fucking deadly as hell, man. It is killing a lot of people, and it is just spreading like crazy. And states are opening back up way too early, and it's just gonna keep ricocheting throughout the country. It's gonna be bad. I mean, it's already bad. It's gonna be so much worse, and there is a substantial possibility there's no NFL season in 2020. Dude desperate for a girlfriend, teams go crazy for a quarterback. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And look, the vast majority of the time, it does not work. The vast majority of the time. Does it occasionally? Yes. But most of the time, no. So Jacksonville's pick is in at number 9. Still no trades have happened. Who do they take? They take C.J. Henderson. Corner. C.J. Henderson going to Jacksonville.
He is not going to go far away from where he played his college ball at the University of Florida.
From the University of Florida to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Browns are now on the clock.
He would have been just fine. He received scholarship offers from a bunch of places, and last year was first team all SEC. Well, tell us a little bit about C.J. Henderson, who really broke out this year.
He had that ankle injury early on, hampered him a little bit, Trey, but he is a talented cover corner. That's what he's going to make the money in the NFL. He's going to be able to shut down receivers. Pass length has to improve. got to be a little more aggressive. Tackling him like with 10 men in the NFL. You got to tackle one of those receivers after the catch and support the run. And in coverage, 6 interceptions in his career, 22 pass breakups. Even this past season, Lewis, when he had the injury with the ankle, he still finished top of the game with 11 pass breakups. Lewis, his forte is coverage ability. That's what you look for in the NFL. No question about it. Look, Jackson, technical job. Jaguars no longer have Jalen Ramsey. They no longer have A.J. Bouye. And C.J. Henderson is one of those types of guys. He's the kind of guy who can match up with your best wide receiver, and he will shadow them all over the field. He did that this year. He followed Jamar Chase on just about every snap that he could when they played LSU. And he is a guy who's proficient playing both in press and in off. He has the feet to line up in press and shadow you in the line of scrimmage, and then run up the downfield. He has the feet and the hips and the eyes to play from off and play all the different coverage packages that you want to play when you back off. He just needs to be more consistent at the catch point, but he is a guy who is supremely talented and fits the mold of the kind of quarterback that played in Jacksonville. Well, there you see happiness all the way around. And just so you know, obviously it makes a lot of sense because the Jaguars moved on from Jalen Ramsey last year. They clearly needed help with the quarterback position. His defensive coordinator in Florida, Todd Grantham, in 30 years of coaching both in the college and the NFL, said he's the best quarterback I've ever seen. Right now we're at the 10th pick. Introducing the Browns pick is St. Jude patient Fletcher Wallace. Fletcher was diagnosed with a rare brain tumor, and his family turned to St. Jude. He had the tumor removed and completed his treatment at home, and he now joins us from his home.
Hello, NFL fans, and a special shout out to Browns Nation. I am so excited to help introduce the first round draft pick for my hometown, Cleveland Browns. The wait is finally over. Thank you to the NFL for your support of St. Jude. While my journey with cancer has been hard, I cannot say enough about St. Jude. The doctors and staff are amazing, and they have taken such good care of me. And now back to you for the Browns pick. Go Browns!
Get back down. Thank you, Fletcher. We are so happy to see that you're home and doing well. We're very proud for you and St. Jude in the fight in childhood cancer. And we're all in your corner, Fletcher. Go get him. So I have the Browns pick. With the 10th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, Cleveland Browns select Jedrick Wills, tackle, Alabama. I hope you like it, Fletcher. Well, not surprised that they go offensive line. Jedrick Wills is off the board. Tua Tagovailoa called him the alpha male in the offensive line group for Alabama. And remember, Jonah Williams was the 11th pick last year for the Cincinnati Bengals at left tackle. A lot of people studying his tape kept looking at the right tackle, saying, who is this guy at the right tackle? It's Jedrick Wills. And Daniel Jeremiah from the NFL Network. Remember, they got Jack Conklin in free agency. So now Baker Mayfield has potential bookend tackles to protect Baker Mayfield. What do we think about Jedrick Wills?
Well, I think he's going to be the one making the move over to the left side with the Cleveland Browns. He'll keep Jack Conklin at right tackle because Jedrick Wills has the athleticism to be able to match up with the speed elite rushers he's going to see on that left side without any help from the
Sorry, I was in a little group chat with some friends of mine that the conversation was interesting. So let's see what just happened. I think I missed a pick, right? Who picked what was the 10th pick? Let's see. Cardinals picked Isaiah Simmons at 8. Yep, saw that. Jags picked C.J. Henderson at 9. At 10, it was Browns. That's right. Jedrick Wills. Okay, gotcha. Offensive tackle. So there's another one. And the Jets are on the clock with 5:08 to go.
That running game as well for Alabama. If Arizona decides to Simmons, Kyler was going to run. I'm surprised that Simmons is there. They cancel the offensive tackle, allowing Will to get down this far to the Cleveland Browns.
Well, thank you. He got his good feet from his mom who played college hoop, but no surprise that we have an offensive lineman from Alabama being drafted. He's the 7th offensive lineman from Bama drafted under Nick Saban, including, as I said,
last year, Jonah Williams going 11th to Cincinnati. It's his job to protect Joe Burrow. It's now Will's job to protect the also former number 1 overall pick, Baker Mayfield.
So let's see. Jets still on the clock.
In nearly 100 years serving the military community, we've seen you go through tough times.
And every time you show us, you're much tougher.
Your heart, courage, and commitment have
Let's see. Juju Smith rumored to Niners.
So we're gonna finish.
That would be interesting. I don't know why the Steelers would trade the the only receiver that they have right now to another team.
Your styling was only about looks. But Head and Shoulder stylers.
Could though, you never know. There have been crazier things. I mean, fucking Houston traded Hopkins.
Introducing Head and Shoulder stylers. Styling products that are both strong on style and high on the scalp. When new smartphones are expensive, the family has to share one. Step up with Boost Mobile and get 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones when you switch. Or don't and prepare to lose some weight. Step up with Boost Mobile and get 4 lines for $25 per line per month. Or don't and remodel your living room. Switch to Boost Mobile and get 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones. All on our super reliable, super fast network. As an essential service, Boost Mobile is committed to keeping you connected by remaining open.
Subway is still serving the subs you love. Delicious subs made fresh and easy to get for takeout or delivery. And now with our friendly takeout special, get a free foot-long when you buy 2.
Now, more than ever, we need technology to combine.
I'm a Dell Technologies advisor.
And if you're a small business,
All right, Jets still on the clock.
We want to help.
2:10 left to go.
right here at home.
Let's see what they do. Jets offensive tackle, get a run going. Maybe they also need offensive line help. Sam Darnold was getting, bruised and battered. See, look, and that's funny though, because in that situation, Adam Gase is getting blamed for things that he didn't have any part of, like the issues that like Jamal Adams had with the organization predated Adam Gase. It was before Adam Gase got there that they signed Le'Veon Bell and CJ Mosley. He doesn't like the big name, big price free agent signings. But he gets blamed for all of that. But then he doesn't get any credit for taking a not very good team. I wouldn't say they're necessarily terrible talent-wise, but not a very good team on the field, and one that had obviously tremendous internal issues and got them to 7 wins. Just like he didn't get credit, not nearly enough credit for the playoff appearance he got in 2016, which was the first one we had since 2008. So I don't know. I mean,
A reminder, we are all in this together. Help us make a difference now. Huddle up for COVID-19 relief efforts and join players, teams, fans, and communities around the country in the NFL Draft-a-thon. We unite behind the cause. We can provide relief to those significantly impacted by the pandemic. Every dollar counts. Visit NFL.com/relief to donate now. Continuing to work our way through the first round. We take a look at Mel's best available, brought to you by Lowe's, Mel.
See, Jerry Judy, no receiver has come off the board yet. There's Javon Kinlaw, great, similar to Derek Brown, but not Derek Brown is lack of consistency. And Xavier Mateo-Hollier is a heck of a same here.
all right.
Playmaker, wide receivers are still there.
Pick is in. So let's see. Jerry Jeudy, Tristan Wirfs, Javon Kinlaw, CeeDee Lamb, Xavier McKinney, all still on the board. There was talk that Jamal Adams could even possibly be traded. See how that goes. I'll be right back.
I love how he, what I call gives you that stinking leg and takes it right back when he's running with the football. But CeeDee
I'm gonna have some more
he does
popcorn.
everything. People liken him to a Dez Bryant, a guy that can go up and get the ball, but he also can run the whole route tree, or do you just run pure speed? And that's Ruggs the third. This guy can run with
See what happens.
anybody and
Who the Jets
everybody.
gonna take?
Trying to give you a Tyreek Hill.
I think they'll probably take Tristan Wirfs, the offensive lineman.
All right, listen, we appreciate that. It's somewhat surprising.
If they do take like Xavier McKinney, that pretty much guarantees that like Jamal Adams getting traded. I mean, not really. They could expect that could be like, you know, a good duo, but Pickett's in for the Jets, so we'll see.
Waiting for his name to be called, as is CeeDee Lamb, and again, also a big play waiting to happen. And then there's Jerry Jeudy. These are the receivers, and once they start to go, it could be they go on a run.
Here we go.
Here with the Jets.
Pickett's in.
With the 11th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft,
Jets
New York
take
Jets select Mekhi Becton.
Mekhi Becton, Louisville.
Run on receivers is going to have to wait, but Mekhi Becton, ladies and gentlemen, human beings that large should not run as fast as Mekhi Becton did. At the combine,
There you go.
360
Mekhi Becton going to New York.
the 40 and 5.
So they got an offensive lineman. We're slowly creeping up back to another Dolphins pick. There's still been no trades. Raiders are on the board. 643.
People just abusing other humans. The Mekhi Becton tape is for you. Why is he so big? Well, his mother is a caterer who specializes in soul food, and as you can see,
Why does that have anything to do with it?
and what his mom specialized in. In fact, he can do a little bit of everything. He has incredible feet. He was an amazing high school
All right.
basketball player.
Mekhi Becton to the
We talked about
Jets.
the combine as you see him moving in the pivot. But that's you've got to see him run. And he's absolutely incredible. Again, 6'7", 364 pounds, and he crossed the line at 5'1". Lewis, this is a guy who came to Louisville a little out of shape, but they've worked on him, and then he's been working on people ever since.
Yeah, look, he is a tremendous athlete for his size, as you alluded to. And look, when you get to see that is when they run some of their zone schemes, their inside and outside zones. This guy is 6'7", 250 pounds, looks like he's about 290 pounds. Tremendous athleticism, the quickness, and then the power. The power of this tank defense.
Here we go. So let's see. Raiders still on the board.
And the linebackers, it's really all over the board.
Without a doubt, to me, this is a great pick. You know how big he is. Reminds me a lot of.
Oh boy, man! People keep taking.
But to me, this is all about Sam Darnold.
So the conversation that I have with my friends right now is over this virus that's going around, and some of my friends do not take it that seriously.
Look, I tell you what, I think they got the best tackle in the draft in Mekhi Becton, and somebody that when you watch how hard he's been working through this process, I know there's some concern about his weight. There's Joe Douglas there celebrating with the New York Jets with his family. I know there was some concern about his weight. I actually texted with his trainer yesterday and said I need a proof of weight video. So he got him on the scale and it showed me weight 363 as of yesterday morning. So he's been able to control his weight. He's been working really hard. Even some of it in unconventional fashion, as you see right here. He gets you a big truck and start driving it. And that's what he does against everybody who watches him on tape. This fall, this is a giant upper man. This is Mount Becton who's been brought in to protect Sam Darnold. And I can promise you, Le'Veon Bell's going to be a big fan as well.
DJ, I want to read something to you that you talk about where he's come from by his strength coach at Louisville. He said when we got him, he was about 390 pounds, and he couldn't make it through warm-ups. It was gross. We knew he had potential.
Let's see how this goes. How this goes.
He worked his leap off, and now you see what he's become. He is an amazing story. So we'll see what happens here, and now we're taking a look at the first of two picks in the first round by the Raiders. Again, we were supposed to be there, celebrating the potential of the Raiders moving to Vegas in 2020, and there you see their bright new shiny Allegiant Stadium. The pandemic has forced us and so many others to dramatically alter our plans. We're here sharing a message of hope and some of the iconic stars of Las Vegas. There you see John Gruden. Knock on wood if you're with me, John. Knock on wood.
Raiders pick is in.
And there's Mike Mayock, who spent a lot of years analyzing this draft, taken up here. So let's go back to Daniel Jeremiah. Jeremiah, what are you thinking about what the Raiders may do with the first of their 2 picks here?
Well, I thought it would be their corner receiver here, and I think with C.J. Henderson already being selected, I would think that points towards a wide receiver. They need to find a C receiver to replace Antonio Brown. They were so excited about that pick, and obviously bringing him in the fold did not work. I think they find his replacement right here. I'm going to go CeeDee Lamb. That would be my guess here for the Raiders.
All right, Raiders picking at 12. We're creeping up to the Dolphins' second pick. No trades have happened in round 1.
That the pick is close to coming in. In fact, I can confirm that the pick is in to Commissioner Goodell. Let's find out.
Man,
Does Daniel Jeremiah
it's really disappointing to hear people that I care about talk about shit like this virus and be like, yeah, it's really not that big a deal. Okay, dude. I mean, well, fucking, I would say God help you, but he doesn't exist, so whatever, man.
Wide receiver, Alabama.
So the Raiders take Henry Ruggs.
Well, there you see Henry Ruggs. Daniel, you're there the position, but not the player. Henry Ruggs is a
Yeah, it's true, man.
Just so you know,
Usually just tolerably slutty. It's an interesting take.
24 of them went for touchdowns. In
Raiders
other
could do
words,
anything, yeah.
25% of the time when he caught the ball, he took it to the house. And when he celebrated those touchdowns, you always saw him throw.
So Dolphins are already getting an A+ for the Tua pick.
High school basketball together. And one weekend they were supposed
We'll
to
see.
go in the same
We'll see.
class to a high school tournament. Ruggs was feeling under the weather, had the flu, didn't go. Scott was in a one-man car crash on the highway that trip and was killed.
49ers are on the board.
And Henry Ruggs celebrates his honor, throwing up that 3 every time.
With 13.
John Gruden, very happy that he's got the burner that ran the 4.27, as is Mike Mayock. Hi, Mike. Make sure the dog is taken care of. But if you want to talk about an athlete, my God, watch what Henry Ruggs does playing basketball. It was absolutely a rim obliteration. He was jumping everywhere to throw it down at Robert Lee High School. So you know he can play hoops. You know he can fly. His mom once unofficially was clocked at a 4.23 40. He can absolutely scoop Michael Irvin, and he can take it to the house no matter where he gets the ball.
And we knew, Jay, that this was a possibility because of that 4.27 speed. And let's remember now, the Raiders, what do they have to do? They have to face that thing they have in Kansas City with Tyreek Hill. So they wanted to match speed for speed. They wanted to match explosion for explosion. When they score, they would take Kansas City score. Now the Raiders will be able to go right back and score fast. This kid can run fast, but he also goes up high and grabs that ball, just like you saw him dunk in the basketball.
You know, one thing about the Russell, like we talked about that speed, he didn't have the drops. I think the production wasn't up to the level of Jerry.
San Francisco is up. Wow. Let me get rid of this.
And obviously this year, Jerry Jeudy, and then next year, Jalen Waddle and Devontae Smith. So a lot of talent on one football, one road, that speed. I'm sure John Gruden, the Raiders, Clint Grant, got to have a career in the NFL.
Yep, Ruggs went.
Speed, that kind of ability to go vertical. You think you need-
49ers wanted Ruggs bad. Well, they missed out. One spot away. He is now a Raider. Motherfucker's wearing
This is not a deep drip. What he really is a catch and run drip.
wearing a bathrobe. 49ers are up. They got 4 minutes on the clock. Pick's not in yet. Next best 2 wide receivers should go soon.
And he's a guy who DJ, I think the number one thing that he really can do is he can also give you some real special teams.
Who is that, like, super buff little fucking little dude.
And look, I was talking to Mike Mayock this week. He talked about Josh Jacobs running for over 1,100 yards in the crowded box.
So this is interesting. It's an interesting draft. But it's like I said, man, I mean, there was no reason that they couldn't put this on. It's obviously super doable, although they appear to have scrapped the idea because they were talking about doing like some virtual thing where, you know, the players would virtually interact with Roger Goodell, like as if they were walking up on stage accepting their hat and stuff like that and their jersey. And they were asking the players like what they would want to do, like how they would want to react. But that's such a hard thing to generate because it's an in the moment thing. So I'm glad that they scrapped that. I think it would probably be too like rehearsed.
Listen, I knew you would appreciate the road, Michael. Just so you know, from 1985 to 2010, no Alabama wide receivers were taken in the first round. And now we've got 4 in the
Oh boy.
I'm going to make a pretty safe bet that we're going to get a 5th one in Jerry Jeudy coming up board sometime in this first
Man.
round. But for more on all of this, let's check in with our fine ESPN insider, Adam Schefter. Hey, Adam.
Troy, we are 12 picks into this draft, and we have yet to see a single trade. Now,
Yeah, no
team
trades
has
yet.
Traded out of this draft slot. We had Detroit at number 3 taking calls, but no team ever made an offer for them. Miami didn't make an offer. The Chargers didn't make an offer. Same thing with the Giants at number 4. We thought
No
there were
trades.
teams that would move. No one gave you the top 10 picks for the first time since 2015. We're now at a pick right now where the 49ers are going to trade. They're going to trade with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tom Brady's Bucs are moving up one slot to come up in this draft. There's still a tackle on the board to get Tom
Man,
Brady.
people are just fucking crazy, bro.
For Tampa Bay to make with Tampa Bay coming up.
Yeah, still no trades.
And that's the trade. Tampa to 13.
There's only a minute and a half left on San Francisco's clock. Oh,
Obviously, Tampa Bay has plenty of weapons.
nope. There's their first trade. The 49ers trade with the Buccaneers.
It is protection, right? They gave up 47 sacks.
So that's interesting. The Buccaneers are being aggressive.
But we've already seen a couple of tackles go off the board. It's understandable why they might get a little nervous thinking they're going to.
Now that they got Tom Brady and Gronk.
Yeah, there's no question about it. They have to make sure that, particularly that right tackle, that they take care of that position for Tom Brady. Everything else is set for them on offense, except for maybe they could use another running back as well. But they have the perimeter weapons. They have the guys who can attack the middle of the field. They're pretty set at guard and center. They just need to take care of that right tackle position, and you would assume that they're going to try and solidify it here. All right, so who's the best one left? Well, we've seen Becton go off the board. We've seen Wells go off the board. Somewhat surprisingly, we've seen Andrew Thomas. Is it Tristan Wirfs here for you, Mel? It would be Tristan Wirfs. Of course, a right tackle at Ivy, but he didn't play left tackle when Larry Jackson was hurt. Obviously, still needs a little work. For as freakish talent that he is, there are times where he needs to play a little more attention to detail. But Tristan Wirfs, upside from Wirfs, I think, is through the roof. And obviously, the left tackle spot, he's got the ability to do. I thought he would have helped his own when he was forced over left tackle when Jackson was hurt. But as a right tackle, he has a chance to be really good once he's coached up in the NFL. Now, obviously, Kirk Ferentz has a specialty in Iowa. He got worse than his nuts. Now he's just stepped up another notch to become a Pro Bowl caliber player, protecting Tom Brady. But
All right.
Is that the most perfect
So let's
picture
see.
from Bruce Arians right there, the Buccaneers head coach? Everybody else is inside. He's chilling on his back porch, just enjoying the weather in Tampa.
Buccaneers, man, Buccaneers. What are they going to do?
Being Bruce Arians right now. So again, is there anybody else who was somewhat surprised to see Jason Light there, the general manager of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who I was part of the scouting department for New England when they picked Tom Brady 199 in the 6th round in that draft in 2000.
So Buccaneers, I mean, it looks like they only traded up one spot, so it's not like it was that big a deal. The Bucs were coming up at number 14 anyway, but they traded up one spot with the 49ers. So, like, why, though? I mean, did you think that the 49ers were going to take the player that you wanted? And then if so, why would the 49ers then, if they were going to take the player that Tampa wanted, why would they then trade? I don't know. Weird. I'd say, like, in the middle of the first round, it seems kind of a strange thing to do, to just move up one spot.
He did it in the
Whatever.
No question that down here, at this pick, this is the best player that's available for them at a position that they need. Is probably Slim Iowa.
Lewis, thanks. Before we announce this next selection, we have some very special guests out of Tampa Bay from the Air Base in Qatar.
Fans, I'm Staff Sergeant Bethany Mobile, currently deployed to Al Udeid Air Base, Qatar. And we're happy to be a part of this year's NFL draft. Let's see who gets to wear the Buccaneers uniform. Go ahead to Lieutenant Colonel Caldwell. Go Bucks!
Hey, NFL fans. We're the airmen from the 48th Expeditionary Aerofield Squadron stationed out of MacDill Air Force Base.
Yeah,
Tampa
make
Bay.
sure you're
Currently
six
deployed
feet
to Al Udeid Air
apart.
Base, Qatar. We're president today and our home team for
I
Buccaneers.
think I got a piece of popcorn
Now
stuck
back
in my
to you,
throat.
Commissioner Goodell. Go Bucks.
All right,
The pick
Bucks
is in.
pick is in.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Caldwell, and thank you to all of our service members for your courage and sacrifice on behalf of our country.
Who did the Bucks move up one spot to take?
49ers have traded the 13th pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
One spot
With the 13th
in the middle of the
pick
fucking
of the
thing.
2020 NFL draft. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Tristan Wirfs,
Tristan Wirfs.
Iowa.
I mean, that's smart.
Well,
You
now
just
we're
got
seeing
Brady.
what's going on.
Now you want to make sure he's
As you see
protected.
Christian Wirfs there getting the phone call right there and a little bit of thumbs up. Another freakish athlete. He's 6'3", 320.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't a very exciting trade.
540. He was
But there has been a trade now. So 49ers are now on the clock. 6:40 to go.
That didn't happen, so he brought the red carpet to her. This was this afternoon. By the way, can we just take a moment to honor her mom's t-shirt that she's wearing? Respect. And then respect that Christian Wirfs has for his mother, walking her down the red carpet, and they are in this thing together, and Christian Wirfs' job is now going to be protecting Tom Brady. But this is a guy who was a state wrestling champion. By the way, had to shed some 37 pounds to get down to 285 minimum. He also won the drink relays as a senior, both the shot put and the discus. He won the discus title 3 times and the shot put twice. He also set a hang clean record at Iowa. And if you know anything about the strength program at Iowa, that is something people take very seriously. And oh, by the way, explosive? Yeah. And if you're a visual learner, this will help you see how explosive he is. Christian, jump out of the pool for us if you don't mind. That's 320 plus pounds jumping out of the pool about 3.5, 4 feet of water and sticking the landing. Mel, he's an athlete. What do you see when this athlete is on the field?
5:20 left for the 49ers.
People line of scrimmage going back aggressive when he plays with proper leverage. That's the key to the sport. Proper leverage, sustaining at times is an issue. Pass protection, quick feet, look forward, good technique. See the punch move, balance at times, a little bit of an issue as well. It's like parents coaching up now in the NFL need to step up as well for work and maximize all that also athletic and physical talent he brings to the table. Obviously, I didn't think he's here at this point. Look at what he is. Tom Brady is all about making Tom Brady great and keeping him upright and not letting anybody hit him, and that's what works out for the people.
Without a doubt, Bill. When people talk about this guy being a great athlete from offensive line, let me tell you, he's a great athlete from a football player.
Yeah, the uniforms do look similar to the Steelers, that is for sure.
You need athletes on the offensive line, whether it's a guard or a tackle. And also, talk about Tom Brady. You're going to need that guy that has a strong punch. You know Brady is iron here in the front lawn. He's not going to move much. You want somebody that has strong hands that can solidify that punch. Buccaneers got a steal here at this pick with Tristan Wirfs.
Well, again, he's the 5th Iowa offensive lineman to be selected in the first round since 2004. There you see Tristan Wirfs. The draft
Okay.
nervousness is over for him and Bruce Arians and Jason Light. Hope they have their guy. Bruce is fired up as we continue the first round of the draft.
49ers are back on the clock. 3:37. What are they doing? Josh Rosen is trending on Twitter
Make sure the
apparently.
kids are good. She make sure the house is good. It's safe and sound enough for me to just focus on my
Help them go on to school, or help them not have to worry about school for the kids or anything here. I got it.
everything that you've done for me and the kids. Go down.
Yeah, well, I think that it's likely he's no longer a Dolphin soon. I think there's definitely a good probability of that. Niners on the phone for sure. Yeah, I mean, they very well could be. The clock is ticking away yet again. And I can't imagine they got very much for trading back one spot.
What I do is help new homeowners. What was that adjustable spanner? Good choice, Steve.
And they're a really good team, so they can do whatever they want.
Progressive can protect you from becoming embarrassed, but we can protect your home when you want with us.
So let's see.
Crispy and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it.
Whoa, snap. Some good beef and cheese.
Going up.
Big day. Lots of organizing and jigsaw puzzle. Get Pizza Hut's big dinner box. 2 million pizzas, breadsticks, and your choice of pasta or wings. Sealed for your safety, all in one box. Choose contactless delivery or new curbside pickup at pizzahut.com.
First up is this exquisite bowl of French onion dip. I'm going to start the video at $5. Looking for $6. $6 over there. Do I hear $7? $7 in the front. $7 going once, going twice. Salt to the onion lover in the front row. Next up is lot number 17, a spinach and artichoke dip used to set with a hollowed up loaf of sourdough bread.
Don't get mad, get E-Trade and get more than just trading. Investing, banking, guidance.
Kinlaw, wide receiver.
Back to the draft and take a look at Kyle Shanahan and company. Trying to figure out.
Yeah, pick is in, so they are picking. They are not trading. Not again. At least not yet.
Of the NFL. John Lynch is casually comfortable inside of general manager. And of course, you would be very comfortable too if you were the defending NFC champs with the job they did last season. One of the big moves the San Francisco 49ers did last year was trade late in the season for Emmanuel Sanders, and of course he has moved on to New Orleans. And there was
CeeDee Lamb.
wide receiver CeeDee Lamb. Some
Could be the pick.
consider him to be
Man,
the best wide receiver.
that chick right there next to him on the couch is fine.
And now we're looking at Jerry Jeudy. Our own Todd McShay says Jerry Jeudy is the best route runner at a wide receiver.
Jerry Jeudy, yeah.
All his years of studying film. So could San Francisco
They keep the
be
D
looking
line
at a wide
stacked
receiver
generally,
to
but could
replace,
use a wide receiver.
what
Yeah,
Daniel
that's what I was
Sanders
just
was
thinking.
the
They
wide
could probably
receiver.
use more of a wide receiver
It's one
than
of these two.
a
Which one do you
defensive
like
player.
This is what I love, Trey. I talked about diversity.
Jerry Jeudy or a CeeDee Lamb.
You talk about Jerry Jeudy. Remember, Jerry Jeudy does most of his work on the slot. He's about 60% in the slot, scoring 7 touchdowns. Get out of his 10 in that slot. It's all about what San Francisco needs. Right
They
now.
literally made this a theme to like have their kids in the fucking shot.
Again, you take a look at Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. They're really enjoying this virtual draft, I think, more than most people are. But again, San Francisco.
Look, they're just
plays
piling
the toughest
in.
Division, arguably, in the NFL right now, the NFC West. As we said, they lost Emmanuel Sanders. There are some concerns about offensive
Football
line as
and
well.
chill, she
The
says.
pick is in.
That little girl had a shirt on that says football and chill.
Slot back so Tampa could move up. Where is San Francisco going?
So I don't know that she's old enough to. Anyway, 49ers. Who do they pick? Oh, they went Kinlaw.
Perhaps another surprise, but Javon Kinlaw is one hell of a football player. His story is also amazing. But what you need
There you go. Broncos on the clock. So, yeah, I mean, I would have thought they would have gone wide receiver too, but obviously I don't know shit.
And he spent some of that youth homeless in the nation's capital when he would ride the metro because either it was colder than it was inside or hotter than it was outside. And he has been a remarkable story talking about the things that he went through as a kid related to sometimes in Washington City.
7-10 for the Broncos. So we're expected to pick at number 18 coming up. Tua Tagovailoa was our first round pick. We still have two more as it stands right now.
His story is absolutely remarkable. Booger, his story is
absolutely remarkable. His story is fantastic.
He reminds me a lot of Richard Seymour. Long, big, and powerful. And the San Francisco 49ers are going to look. Can he play with leverage? When you're a tall player, you got to be able to play with leverage, extend your arms, control the offensive lineman. He can do it with the best of them. Like
Javon Kinlaw.
Seymour doing the same thing. Defensive linemen, they able to use both hands to control the offensive lineman. They do it well.
We are almost to the Dolphins' second first-round pick. What do? Are they going to trade? They're going to trade? They're going to – I mean, they're running out of time to trade up. But do they trade back? And maybe have 4 and then trade back up into the tail end of the the tail end of the first round? There were people talking about – there were scenarios put out there, ways that the Dolphins could end up having 4 first-round picks, which would be interesting for sure. But if they do all become stars, you're going to have a hard time paying them all eventually. I mean, I suppose that's a good situation to have from a team perspective, but you kind of end up wasting picks by not ensuring that you get to keep the guys that you drafted and developed. I mean, it's not like a total waste because obviously you would have gotten their rookie contracts and then likely you would trade them if they did perform well and you couldn't pay them. So it's not like you would get nothing, but I like being able to hold on to the players that we draft and develop.
Without a doubt, look, it's great value for them. It's smart team building, and they're staying true to who they are. They're a team that wants to build it front to back.
All right, Broncos pick is in. Kick it a little bit.
That's when he really raised his level. And it wasn't just at the point of attack. It was chasing people down the field. I remember that Alabama game this season, run downfield and just put haymakers on running backs, catching the ball out of the backfield with his extra effort. That's the kind of thing.
Yeah, we'll see.
San Francisco this year.
We'll see.
Well, Dad is feeling it right now with the Kinlaws. And oh, by the way, sometimes things just work out perfectly. Kinlaw actually wanted to go to San Francisco, saying they're just a wonderful group of guys, a talented group that works together. They work together for the same goal, not individual achievements, and that's to get the win at the end of the day. That's something I want to be a part of. Well, guess what, Javon? You are a part of it. Javon Kinlaw.
Aha!
30 seconds.
If we weren't able to stream anything, I think they'd be lost.
Let's go. Broncos pick is in. Let's move on.
More of the entertainment you want. Daily is usually watching a TV show and thinking that it's almost always listening to music.
We love Ryan.
I get the shows I need when I need them.
I want to see what we do, man.
Shows and movies on Disney Plus. And over 70 top channels and live TV with YouTube TV.
Music plays a huge role. That's how we connect.
Plans start at just $35 for your family.
I gotta do I still gotta do a workout for today. It's an arms day for me.
the first round of the 2020 draft rolls on, the Denver Broncos are sitting here at 15.
So we're almost halfway through. Broncos are on the board. Pick is in.
Right there. Give me all the Super Bowl trophies, put them over there, and make it a wide shot so everybody can see. I mean, I respect it. A good friend of mine said, when you have the opportunity to stun, you stun. And John Elway just did that. Then, of course, there's Vic Fangio waiting to go into his second season as the Broncos head coach. The pick is in for the Denver
Pick is
Broncos.
in. Who are the Broncos about to take?
Where the Denver Broncos go. With the 15th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jerry Jeudy.
Jerry Jeudy going to the Broncos.
Congratulations, Jerry.
Roger Goodell sucks, man.
And there you see Jerry Jeudy and family waiting to hear the official news, but it is done. Jerry Jeudy is a Denver Bronco. And again, according to our Tom Cachet,
A little bit of a delay there. They apparently haven't gotten to him yet with the call. Atlanta is on the board. 6:53 left on the clock for them. So there's only been one trade, and it was super boring.
The teacher went back and recalculated. Turns out it indeed was correct. Jerry Jeudy was a straight A student, but he has dealt with some tragedy. In November of 2016, Jerry Jeudy's 7-year-old sister, Aaliyah, passed away. Aaliyah was a miracle baby that suffered health complications since birth. Following her death, Jeudy posted a photo of Aaliyah with an uplifting message. I love you, sis. You're in a better place now. I swear I'm going to make it for you and Mommy. R.I.P. Aaliyah. Jerry's daughter, Journey Aaliyah, born on March 27th.
Why did they publicize all this personal stuff? Because they want you to have an emotional connection.
Portland Sutton, the other wide receiver on the side of that ball. Michael Irvin, take us through what you like about Jerry Jeudy.
And that's cool, you know.
I love this pick, and I'm telling you.
I mean, a lot of people, as you can see, a lot of people, and as I'm sure you probably know personally, a lot of people go through a lot of rough shit. That's how the world is built.
He's going to have to work on is getting off that ball, being able to get deep. He ran a 4.4 at the combine. And Trey, he gets his work done in the slot. I already told you, 60% of the time he was lined up in the slot, and he made 7 touchdowns out of 10. Now, when you line up one Sunday on the outside,
Atlanta on the clock, and look, Miami's next pick is coming up. We can see it on the board.
You're trying to stop Drew Lock in the Denver Broncos. Great pick for the Denver Broncos right there, Trey.
What's Miami going to do with number 18?
Kansas City Chiefs. So are they going to load up on defense to try and slow down that Chiefs offense? That's like, forget that. We're not going to be able to slow down. We're going to get some firepower. So the Chargers go out
When you want your shit out there. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they ask him first, you know. I would hope so anyway. Could CD go to Miami? I mean, I wouldn't. He could. Sure. I wouldn't take him, though. I mean, receivers like one of the deepest, is probably the deepest position on the entire team. Although, of course, that could change. They could still get rid of, like, you know, Albert Wilson or something. I'm sure there's plenty of Dolphins fans that would like to see Albert Wilson gone.
So I think at this point, this is definitely a sea change.
Does Miami start a wide receiver panic?
The last 2 weeks are more than I would have expected in like a decade.
We have rolled out teams across our network, and we went from essentially no televisits to approaching 5,000 visits a day in the last week.
You connect with them via a video visit. The partner actually can interact and hear the counseling that's done.
These visits are surprisingly intimate. And I can actually share my screen and show the x-rays, 5-10 minutes, you were done.
Yes, technology is great. We should be. I'm a huge fan of automating everything so we can release people from the burden of working for their entire lives for absolutely nothing. Build sustainable infrastructure, renewable self-sustaining infrastructure, get rid of capitalism, get rid of money, and people can live their best lives every day. Uh,
300,000 members of the team working hard to keep your
yeah, I think it's probably, you know, a good probability that Albert Wilson is not a Dolphin anymore. They could keep him though too. I mean, I don't know. It's probably pretty close to 50-50 for me, I think. I think it probably could go either way. I think they would be smart though to stick with the people that they have, the guys that they have. I mean, they have a bunch of guys that could fucking, you know, create a pretty, I mean, because they have big guys like Devontae Parker and Preston Williams, who Devontae Parker finally had, you know, a season to live up to his status. And Preston Williams showed some flashy things. And then you have some faster, speedy guys like Grant and Wilson. You could have some diversity there, and I think that's a good thing. People would not be motivated to do anything ever. No money, no motivation. No, see, people say that, but I completely disagree. You do whatever the fuck you like, dude. I don't understand. To me, it doesn't make sense why people have this idea that we absolutely have to have money. I believe that every human being has the human right to all resources, both natural and technological. I think you have a right to a place to live and to food, the basic human rights, but I think that you also have the right to the benefits of technology. Technology is supposed to improve our lives, make it easier, more convenient, and more efficient. That is the point and purpose of technology. There is no reason the motive needs to be profit. Profit needs to be removed as a motive. The motive should be the health and happiness of all life, not just human beings, but all life on this planet. Because I mean, look at the pace we're going right now. We are literally pushing ourselves to the point where we are not even going to have a habitable planet. So none of us are going to have it. None of us are going to have it. We'll all be dead. So congratulations. Like if you think that's the path we should take, then congratulations. We're all going to fucking die, and the planet won't be habitable. Okay, sure, whatever. But there is a way that human beings are capable of building a world that is beneficial for everybody. We have the ability to do it. We are capable of solving problems. We have the technology and the manufacturing and the productivity to be able to do it. We have everything at our disposal to be able to do it. There is no reason except for the fact that the rich and powerful want to maintain their wealth and their power, and they want to rule over everybody.
Dan Quinn is a guy who built his reputation on speed defenders. That's what got him being in a head coaching job. The things he was able to do.
I mean, I'm on unemployment. I can't work right now because of it. That's how it is, bro. People are fucking. I mean, the Falcons pick is in. I mean, this shit is serious, immensely serious, and people can't work because of it. I mean, but anyway, like I'm not even. I don't even want to get into all that, but. No, slave labor doesn't build it. Technology builds it. We can automate everything. Manufacturing, construction, everything can be built by technology. It's an extension of human beings. We create the technology. It is there. The point and purpose of it is to make our lives better. Use it. You don't use that's part of the automation that I am in favor of. So there's no more manual labor. There's no more human labor. Human labor wouldn't exist. Technology would build everything. Sure they can. Why can't they? Why can't robots wire and plumb houses? Trust me, they can. I've worked in almost every facet of God damn it. the construction business. I've worked in plumbing a little bit. I've worked in, I've done a little bit of electrical. I've done AV, low voltage. I've done a lot. Yes, they can. I mean, you can believe that if you want, but they absolutely can. I mean, if you believe that, that's fine, but it's just not true.
Consistently finished. That's where he got into trouble in the national championship game against DeMarquise. He struggled down the field, playing strong at the catch.
It's not too complex, and that's the thing. It's actually super simple. It's super simple. The shit we have now is massively complex. There are so many hoops to jump through. There's so many red tape. There's all these different processes that conflict with each other. Dallas is on the clock, by the way. Nah, it's super fucking easy to do.
But they're trying to reverse a trend. It's been a while. The Cowboys' last conference championship appearance was in 1995, and they went on to win Super Bowl 30.
Yes, you can. You absolutely can. You can program them to do anything. Anyway, look, whatever, dude. I mean, like, I don't even know what to say half the time. Like, cause people, like, it's just.
Now, you don't look very comfortable there in cartoon form.
It's stuff like that is why it never happens. Like, why can't it happen? Because we say that it can't happen. It absolutely could. It is totally possible. Machines have the ability, and we have the ability to create the machines, create the technology to do it, and program it to do whatever it is that we need. We choose not to. That's the only thing that stops us from doing it, is the choice. Instead, we decide to have a choice that enslaves people to money. It enslaves people to capitalism. Every single person is a slave to money. We have to have it to survive. We have to have it to eat. We have to have it to have a home. No, I mean, it's bullshit. It's total bullshit. Anyway, I'm not having that conversation right now. I already had some of that with my friends in our little fucking chat, and I am not trying to get into all that.
9 playoff appearances in 13 seasons. Lewis, let's start with you and look at the Dallas Cowboys.
Can you fire a robot with an attitude?
In free agency, making that.
I mean, that wouldn't even be a thing. It's not even a feasible thing. Who would they have an attitude with? Their robot boss? Who the fuck are they gonna have an attitude with? Because you program them to do their job, and that's it. Like, people think that just like when people think of artificial intelligence, they just automatically think that it's going to be as greedy and selfish and hateful and disgusting as human beings are. It would be if the person who programs it to be that way. If a white supremacist programs a robot, he's likely going to program it with white supremacist bias. So yeah, okay, but I mean, there's also ways to prevent shit like that. Like, I mean, anyway, back to this. There's a minute 20 left. I didn't even see who went at 16. Cowboys pick is in. Jerry Jeudy went to the Broncos at 15. The Falcons, who'd they take? AJ Terrell, cornerback out of Clemson. Cowboys pick is in, and then we are up at number 18.
Listen, from the value of the pick here in terms of where we are.
Who are the Cowboys taking?
17. Are you surprised Lamb is still there? Well, man, I think you look at a guy like CeeDee Lamb inside, who's 50% of his production, outside 50%. DJ mentioned now, I had Lamb.
See what happens. Pick is in. And then we're back on the clock.
Lamb, Justin Jefferson would make sense. Obviously, I go to Lewis with Xavier McKinney, love him as a football player. Antoine Winfield Jr. is obviously a kid, playmaker at Minnesota. They need maybe a center at some point when they look at Cesar Ruiz from Michigan, who played guard, and then was an anchor of that Michigan line the last 2 years. But I think that third receiver, if you want to do that, it's tempting here with Lamb or Jefferson. Well, it looks like they're having a good conversation. Smiles on the faces right now between Mike McCarthy, the head coach, and Jerry Jones, the GM and master of
Well, come on, tell us who the pick is already.
There's a lot of ways this team could go, and this is a team that has their franchise quarterback.
You can build them to do complex things, though. That's part of what I'm saying. They can do simple tasks. They can do massively complex tasks. But they do what you tell them to do. So you program them to do simple things or big things. It depends on what problem you need to solve. All right, Cowboys are picking
The Dallas Cowboys select CD Lamb,
CeeDee Lamb.
receiver, Oklahoma.
CeeDee Lamb is now off the board.
Well, Dak Prescott just got another weapon to throw to, and CD Lamb
Man.
is a weapon in every.
All right, we are now on the clock.
By the way,
Roger Goodell sucks,
his
bro.
name is Sedarius. He was trying out for fourth grade football.
He's so
And the
boring. He has no life, no energy.
Call you CD. By the way, he wears the number 32.
He's up there just fucking sweating and shit.
Who passed away on a business trip when he was in China a few years ago. CD Lamb is a big
Well, we're
play.
2 hours and 15 minutes into my live stream, and I started like 4 minutes late or something like that, and so it's pretty much right on time. I don't know. I mean, the draft usually goes for a few hours, although we're only halfway through, so there is that. So theoretically, this is going to be 4.5 hours worth of time. Yeah, and Utopian Dream, sure. I mean, you can call it that if you want, but I mean, our world is fucking crazy, chaotic, filled with lies, deceit. I mean, dude, we build the world around us. Human beings have the power and the ability to shape the world around us. That's part of what makes us unique, is that we are able to shape the world that we exist in. It's up to us to decide what kind of choice we want to make. Do we want to build it in a way that's productive and prosperous for everybody, or do we want to build it in a way that is self-destructive? And well, I think it's been pretty clear that we've chosen throughout the entirety of human history that we choose the selfish, greedy, self-destructive path over making sure that just everybody's good. Okay, well, congratulations when the entire fucking human race ends up going extinct and the planet is uninhabitable. If that ends up happening, then I don't know if I don't even know what, people would be winning at that point. What do you win at that point? Like,
Lincoln Riley is happy another Sooner is off the board. He ranks first at OU with 20 career receptions.
yeah, I do criticize everything because everything around us is like shit. People are dying left and right from this virus when it could have been handled a lot better and kept under containment so much better. There's so much poverty across the entire world. I mean, wealth and income is just, the disparity is crazy. I mean, or we could derive value from just living. How about that? Why don't we value just the fact that we live? Why can't we just value the fact that life is precious and we should have, there's only two responsibilities that human beings should have in life. One, to make sure that everything on planet Earth is healthy, to take care of it, to shepherd it, to make sure that it has everything needed to grow and flourish. The second responsibility that humans have is to just simply live life. It's too short, too unpredictable, too fragile, and too precious to be fucking killing each other and fighting over resources when we have them available, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's stupid, it's illogical, and it's self-destructive. Okay. I mean, I guess, like, if people really want to fucking keep down that path, have at it, Hoss. Anyway, 4 minutes until the Dolphins pick, provided they don't trade back. They are still on the clock.
Make a difference in your community. Serving part-time Army National Guard.
We're just an unprecedented time right now. You gotta make the most of what you have.
the situation. Like, it is what it is. The mindset going into the draft hasn't changed. Come out on the other side of this thing.
3.5 minutes. Are the Dolphins going to stay put for another pick? Pick number 18.
Maybe even could be alive. It's a triple cross. You're a monster.
It's gonna try out there.
It's not again.
That's right. I am a monster.
All right, Dolphins pick is in, so we are staying put at number 18. I mean, my guess is, I don't know, let's see. Tristan Wirfs is gone. Mekhi Becton is gone. Andrew Thomas is gone, right? He went off the board. Josh Jones, maybe, an offensive lineman. I mean, an offensive lineman is what I would, want, although I would have taken an offensive lineman before when all of the top ones were there, and you would have had the pick of the litter. But they went with Tua, so let's see. I would assume it's going to be an offensive lineman. As a Steelers fan, you thank me. Well, you're welcome, I guess. My sister's a Steelers fan, so I am a Steelers fan when we don't play them. And y'all robbed us of Minkah Fitzpatrick, so good on you. We were stupid for making that trade. I imagine that's probably what you're talking about. Oh. Come on, baby. Who we picking? Pick is in. Number 18. Who we taking? Here we go. Pick is in.
All right, the Dolphins' second draft pick is in the first round. Let's find out.
Second pick. Ow! Just hit my funny bone a little bit. Second pick is in. Who we taking? Oh, shit. Like I said, I would expect it to be an offensive lineman.
This is the pick they got when they traded away Minkah Fitzpatrick to the Pittsburgh Steelers. The pick they got back there. And look, the Steelers are very happy with that trade. Minkah made a huge difference on defense. The Dolphins are in rebuilding mode right now.
Okay, so who are they going to take? This is the pick that we got from Minkah. Who we taking?
You got to take offensive tackle. You got to protect Joel whenever he's the starting quarterback. That offensive line's a big issue. You got to believe. Even if you have to reach a little try.
You want Jalen Hurts?
All right, we'll see if that's the case. Brian Flores and son look very happy.
What are they doing?
Now we can tell you officially the pick is in. Let's see if they do go up front. We got good news for Tua here. We got good news for Tua.
That means it's an offensive lineman.
18th pick in the 2020 NFL draft.
He sucks, dude. Roger Goodell sucks.
Jackson.
Austin Jackson.
USC.
Tackle.
You know what just happened? Roger Goodell tipped the pick. He said we got good news for Tua. You knew it had to be an offensive lineman.
Stupid.
And there is Austin Jackson. First team All Pac-12 out of USC as a junior last year.
Austin Jackson, offensive tackle out of USC.
6'5", 322 pounds. His grandfather.
His sister's name is Autumn. That's my sister's name. How's about that? So they went offensive line with their second pick. Okay. So, I mean, honestly, so far, I do, even though I wouldn't have taken Tua at 5 or really at all, and I'm not a fan of taking a quarterback in the first or second round, I actually do like this draft so far overall better than their first draft. I think that their first draft with this regime is not very good. The 2019 draft was not particularly good. Commissioner. Goodell's the commissioner. Yeah. You like Josh Jones better than Jackson? Jackson was the one that pulled a spin move because he got so roasted on a play. Interesting. Well, let's see. I mean, let's see what happens, man. They got Tua, and they got a tackle. They got a center, and they got a guard in free agency. So he'll probably be their left tackle. So it looks like our offensive line right now is shaping up to be Jackson as the left tackle, Eric Flowers as the left guard, Ted Karras as the center. I would think Jesse Davis at right guard, and then we'll see at right tackle. They'll probably draft somebody to go for right tackle. I mean, if they take another tackle at 26, it's not terrible. It's actually, I mean, two of their first. If they do that, if they took an offensive tackle at 26 to be their right tackle to go with the rest of that offensive line, it wouldn't be bad. It wouldn't be bad overall. I mean, they would have addressed the biggest need in a significant way, not just in free agency, but in the draft. They would have avoided trading a bunch of draft capital to move up to get a quarterback. Raiders second pick is in. So, I mean, look, this draft is, I got to be fair. This draft so far is not terrible. It's not exactly how I would do things, but it's not terrible. And they did get one of the top offensive linemen.
Meanwhile, we're up to pick 19 in the first round. It is the second of the two first-round picks for the Oakland Raiders. Remember, they dealt away Amari Cooper. They dealt away Khalil Mack.
Yeah, I mean, Tua's a left-handed quarterback, so
One of them was a home run, Josh Jacobs.
the right tackle is going to be his blind side.
Didn't really translate what they thought they
Reached for a tackle. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we'll see how he pans out. Unfortunately, I don't follow college ball as much as I would like to, but and it's usually because I work a lot, but we'll see how it pans out. They got an offensive tackle, they got a center and a left guard in free agency.
As you may know, we are scheduled to host the draft in Dallas.
If they pick up another, first round offensive lineman, it could pan out, and I hope it does. I hope they prove me wrong here. I mean, I was right that they were going to take the quarterback that they absolutely loved. I was wrong about them moving up, but they took Tua, and I don't think that was the right way to go, but let's see if it pans out. Let's see if they're building the offensive line properly, the defense properly. Let's see if they know what they're doing. So the Raiders at 19 are picking
Damon Arnett, defensive back, Ohio State.
Damon Arnett, cornerback from Ohio.
First of all, congratulations to Las Vegas getting the Mulligan. We'll be there in a couple years as we will get back from there.
Jacksonville is on the clock.
Fascinating decision here on a lot of levels by Damon Arnett. This was a kid that had basically decided his college career was over a year ago at cornerback and didn't even show up for some post-season meetings with Ohio State. But there was a conversation with his father, Chris Carter, the Ohio State Buckeye wide receiver and home favorite, that said, you need to come back for another year of school to be the best player you can be. And then we thought we'd see a second or third round.
How the receivers will adapt. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, you know, they're receivers. They should be able to handle it. They're probably used to right-handed quarterbacks, but I would imagine it shouldn't be a problem theoretically, but we'll see. Hopefully not. That would suck. If there's a lot of drops, then maybe. I mean, if Tua's the quarterback and there are a lot of drops, then that could be part of it. Why does Mel Kiper move around so much like that? He's so like jittery.
He's very competitive, and that fits with what they've tried to do in building this team over the last couple of years. A very physical, very competitive kid who can.
Yeah, some of the commentary is that they think it's a reach too. We'll see. They like it. Mike Mayock likes it. Gruden likes it. They got Okudah and Arnett, right? Is that right? Or no? Who was their other pick? They had another one. Okudah went early to the Lions. I forgot who the Raiders picked before. I missed it. And the marquee. Austin Jackson. Jags pick is in at number 20. All right, man. Oh, yeah, Henry Ruggs. That's right. That's right.
Instead, he goes to the Raiders with the 19th overall.
Henry Ruggs and Damon Arnett.
By the way, second time in the last 4 drafts, the Buckeyes have had at least 2 first-round defensive backs. They had 3 back in 2017. Put your feet up, John. You're done for the night.
Unless they trade back up or something. So we'll see, man. We'll see. They got Tua. They got the quarterback that they love. Let's see if he pans out. Let's see if he stays healthy. Let's see if they redshirt him. They got what they would hope to be, you know, their left tackle of the future, even though they had a left tackle of the future in Laramie Tunsil and traded him away. So let's see if they adequately replaced him. The pick got a C- from CBS Sports. Pete Prisco gave it a C-. We'll see if it pans out. See, like, unfortunately, like, I wish I had the resources and stuff available so that way I could do, you know, better scouting on college players so I could give you guys better analysis. But we'll see, man. All I have is, you know, headlines and some articles that I read here and there.
Order ahead and get your $5 Chalupa Cravings box at Taco Bell's contactless drive-thru. Every financial plan needs a CFP professional. Confident financial
Jags
plans.
pick is in at 20.
Financial plans. Complete financial plans. They're all possible with a CFP professional. Find yours at letsmakeaplan.org.
So Las Vegas apparently gets the draft in 2022 to make up for missing it this time. Well, cool, good for them. They should get refunded, if you will.
Introducing a new podcast, ESPN Daily.
Tua's a timing touch passer, not a ripper. Turn left or right. The rotation is always turning into the body half the time. One more pick for the Dolphins in the first round. Yep. Yeah, man, we'll see, dude. We'll see how it turns out. Like I said, it's not exactly how I would do it, but I do think that overall, this draft so far has been better than, you know, last one. The 2019 draft, I mean, you know, I would have done things way different from the start. I wouldn't have fired Adam Gase and kept what he was building in place. I wouldn't, but even if you did, I wouldn't have gotten rid of all the players and stuff that they did, etc. But I also would have done last draft way, way, way different. And you know, the decisions that they made are proving to be, you know, not very good so far. I mean, you know, a couple of the guys from that draft are not even on the team. They fucking, you know, are underwhelming at best. You know, Christian Wilkins was underwhelming at best. Yes, obviously he's a defensive tackle. Yes, the team wasn't great around him. I understand that. But he was a first-round pick, and he was taken pretty high, and he didn't do a whole lot. Let's see if he can take a step forward. You know, but that first draft was, like I said, underwhelming. This one so far, I think, is better. I'm not convinced that Flores is better, but we'll see. He had the most tackles from a rookie defensive tackle. That's true, and he gets credit for that. I'm not taking that away from him. But his play overall was underwhelming. Overall. That's what I'm saying. YouTube does have plenty of footage, but I don't generally have the time or the resources to go through all of that footage. I'm trying to stay more on top of it right now since I have more time available. I do still do other things with my life. But yeah, man. Xavier McKinney, Justin Jefferson, Clavon Chasen, Kenneth Murray, Jordan Love. That's the top 5 of their current big board. All right, Jacksonville is picking
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Clavon Chasen, linebacker.
Clavon Chasen.
Well, there you see K'Lavon Chasen and company getting set to know that they are moving
Bruh,
down the
some of
depth
these
chart.
motherfuckers
K'Lavon
are in
Chasen
some nice ass
is
fucking houses,
played
dude.
his best at the end of the season over the last 4 games, including the SEC championship and the playoffs. 5 sacks. He returned on the field for the season opener.
All right, Philly is on the clock. Got 4
The
minutes.
thing about K'Lavon Chasen you need to know is he's prepared to do anything. He said, when you hire somebody, do you want to hire someone who speaks 1 language or do you want to hire somebody who speaks 3? I speak 3. I do pass rush. I can drop into coverage and cover anybody you want me to cover, and I can play the run. No offensive lineman has ever just moved me off the ball. Booker, I think we need to understand what an exceptional athlete this kid was. He didn't play
Exceptional athlete.
his sophomore year because he wanted to focus on basketball. He got 6 offers before he ever played a snap of varsity football in high school.
Without a doubt, Fred, you talk about a guy that provides scheme versatility. 3-4-4-3. He's at his best, though, when he puts his hand down. He has elite get off, coming off the edge, running twists, running stunts. In a 3-4, he can be an outside linebacker.
Who are the Eagles going to take?
An outside linebacker in 3-4, they have to drop in coverage. Dave Aranda, now the head coach at Baylor, dropped him off in coverage also. K'Lavon Chasen was the 2nd best pass rusher in this class, Lewis. And I think they got a steal right here at this point, getting such a dynamic player as that scheme puts.
I mean, there are definitely plenty of rags to riches stories in the NFL, that's for sure. But they're not all that. There are definitely kids that come up in, I mean, you know, the kids of ex-NFL players, obviously they grew up in wealthy households. You know, if you're the kid of an NFL player and you're in the NFL now, that's partly because you had an NFL parent.
Yeah, very athletic up front now from Jacksonville Jaguars. So this kid getting number 18 is a big deal at LSU, as you guys know, because of his leadership.
Philly on the clock.
When I talked to the coaches down there, they said when he hurt his knee, when he was rehabbing, he did
Just
not
gotta
miss a
have the
single game.
fucking,
He was plugged into that
just
program.
gotta have the kids,
Best
man.
numbers they had on that.
All of these motherfuckers just are like, yo, we gotta have our kids. Pick us in for the Eagles.
All right, guys, thanks very much. K'Lavon Chasen, again, what you work out of the summer.
K'Lavon Chasen. K'Lavon.
Your friend, and they said you should get on the field with Mark Fleets. He got it all from LSU. 5-4. Meanwhile,
We have the Philadelphia Eagles sitting there with 22. You thought they might go wide receiver. We've seen some wide receivers go off the board as you look at Doug Peterson, the head coach, and how he was as the executive VP and GM. But here's why they need wide receivers, and what is a very deep wide receiver draft.
I mean, there was some Tua's house, like, to give credit to Tua, his house wasn't super lavish. His house looked, I don't know, for lack of a better way of describing it, middle class, I guess. Tua didn't look like he was fabulously wealthy. Yeah, well, some of those, some of them definitely were a bit, production up. You know, there were a couple of them where they had like, lighting set up and shit like that. Yeah, so there were definitely some of them where they put some production value into it. But some of those kids just, grow up in well-to-do households. Not all the kids are poor that, play football or that get into the NFL.
Well, there you see Justin Jefferson had an unbelievable season at LSU.
So apparently, now that Tua Tagovailoa was taken in the first round, Nick Saban is the first coach with a first-round selection at every position. That's interesting. Good for him.
Yeah, and Justin Jefferson is another guy that plays a lot of the slot, about 90%. This player's made out of the slot position, man, but he could make plays all over the field. I love watching him. He reminds me of some Keenan Allen, the kind of guy that you cannot stop no matter where he lines up.
We see, man. We see. Let's see who Philly takes.
Some sort of wide receiver for your help in Carson Wentz, who's obviously had his own issues the last couple of years. But you just saw the Dallas Cowboys load up in that division, getting CeeDee Lamb to go with Amari Cooper and Michael Gallup and Zeke Elliott and everything else they've got going there. It's going to be a point scoring.
Who they taking?
Last season to do for almost 5,000 yards, 4,900. The Eagles feel like they need to
Howie Roseman.
the offensive side of the ball. We've seen Howie Roseman make all kinds of trades when he feels like
Howie Roseman, Doug Peterson. Pick is in for the motherfucking Eagles at 21. So we still have a few picks to go in this first round. I will be doing a live stream for rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow, and then rounds 4 through 7 on Saturday. I do expect to be doing. Although it is possible that I may decide to end my live stream once the Dolphins appear to be done. In other words, when they are done picking and if I feel like they're not going to be trading in or trading up. Just going to play it by ear. We'll see, because I do have other things that I need to get to and shit too that I need to maintain. Got to maintain my workouts and stuff like that. I got to eat. I got other things that I do. Tua's not. Wait till you see Easton's house. Yeah.
Jalen Reagor, wide receiver.
Jalen Reagor. Look, see, this dude's got a humble house. Jalen Reagor, wide receiver from TCU to the Eagles.
Reagor, that name sounds familiar. You are 100%.
His house isn't lavish.
His father, Monte Reagor, was a defensive end who played 9 years in the NFL, including he was a member of the Indianapolis Colts when they won Super Bowl 41 in Miami, 29-17.
Yeah.
Over the Chicago Bears. But Reagor, 5'10", almost 5'11", 206 pounds, and there you see Monte Reagor, and he was a guy whose job it was to get to the quarterback. And he put together a little pro day workout that he sent around to videos. And Michael Irvin.
All right, Minnesota's on the clock at 22 with 5 minutes to go.
So he's another one of those guys. Small guy, but can go when he gets that football in his hands. He only ran 4.47 at the combine, but he's faster than that clock shows. He has a 42-inch vertical, and we don't know what's happening with Deshaun Watson. They needed speed, and they went and got speed. Reagor is a great pick for the Philadelphia Eagles to go with Carson Wentz.
Yeah, why'd he say Deshaun Watson?
scooped it up for about 80 yards for a touchdown. Tracks the deep ball exceptionally well. When goes underneath throw, he can take it the distance with his speed. He's a heck of a competitor.
Yeah, so there's still only been one trade, and it was super uneventful. It was Tampa Bay and the Niners swapping one spot, 13 to 14, 13 and 14.
Incredible 65-yard touchdown on the jailbreak street against Baylor. Matt Rule says, I still have nightmares.
Like, I wonder, did they plan it ahead of time that they were going to have people's kids in the room for all of these, or what?
In the NFC East.
Is that his dad, Monte Rager? Is that him? I don't know, because his dad played in the NFL.
No, I'm fine.
I'll let your dad. Your dad, son. So your dad, what I did with this?
What are you doing?
I'm doing this. Big switch.
All right, Vikings pick is in.
Here's the deal. There's no place in the real Chris Paul. No. Just like there's no place in State Farm. No, son. If you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Well, good for you, Subway, for donating 15 million meals. It's not that many when you look at the grand fucking scheme of things, but good for you for doing something.
We've always tried to be there.
Vikings, pick is in. Number motherfucking 22. And then we got 10 more picks. The Dolphins pick again in 4 more slots.
We will continue to do. Because home is what unites us.
It's been all right, man. It's been all right. Yeah, so my background is going to be changing in the not-so-distant future. I am working on, getting some stuff to improve upon my background and make it a little bit more Dolphins-y. At some point, I am eventually going to replace this picture behind me with some dolphin stuff on the wall. I'll probably put I'm going to, I'm going to do some stuff. Little at a time. Vikings pick is in. Number 22. Come on, who you getting? Yeah, I mean, a lot of these kids, spend their money on frivolous shit and blow through it. I think a lot of them are starting to get smarter with it, though. I could be wrong about that. But I think they're probably generally starting to be smarter with their money. And I mean, shit, right now, most people aren't going out and doing stuff. So if they're not going out and spending their money and they're just staying home, and there you go.
Food spice after this and jazz.
Yeah, ultra smooth. Handle sweat without all that jazz.
You're right, son.
To the people during this pandemic that's putting their lives on for people that you don't even know. I want to say thank you. Thank you for everything you talked about. Because you don't have to do what you're doing, and you don't have to kind of say, "Oh, I really appreciate it."
I'd also like to give a special shout out to all of the hardworking healthcare workers taking care of others. We appreciate you and thank you.
Hell yeah, shout out to the motherfucking healthcare workers, motherfuckers working at grocery stores, police officers and firefighters, truck drivers, factory workers for like Amazon and shit, especially because they're fucking treating them like shit.
Time now for our Pizza Hut draft moment. Let's go back to the wild card game for the Vikings, Saints, as Minnesota.
Vikings 22, pick is in. Let's get to it, man. Fuck. Why you gotta drag this shit out?
going to a good start. Drew Brees with the company
That
rallying
sucks.
back.
First person that went past hospital
There.
staff and first
Then Minnesota
responders.
and company went to overtime.
Oh, well, yeah, because this, you know, I mean, you can also extend it to, you know, agricultural workers, people who are, you know, on farms, making sure that there's food available. Yeah, fuck, there's a lot of different people that are on the front lines of this shit, putting their lives on the line. Like, I, for the most part, I'm just ordering food from Ralph's, from Costco. I go to Costco every now and again, Sprouts, but, you know, people have to deliver that shit, man. And they're putting their fucking lives on the line, going out there in this fucking crazy shit. The post office workers, UPS and FedEx workers. Yeah, I know. A lot of people do. To be fair, those are the main ones. Like the, you know, the first place that your mind goes to is the people that work at like the hospitals and stuff, because obviously it's, you know, we're talking about the virus and it's a health thing. And, you know, I mean, I don't know that people have to list all of the different, you know, groups of people that are on the front lines, you know, because then you can also talk about how, you know, a lot of the people that are working these essential jobs are minorities, you know, so, and this is definitely, there are studies that show it's affecting minority groups more, you know, so, I mean, but I don't think you necessarily have to list everybody every time, but you do need to acknowledge it. All right, Patriots are now on the clock. And the Justin Jefferson was the pick.
You didn't even crack the top 50 in the state of Louisiana.
At number 22. And now the Patriots are on the clock at 23. But the Patriots trade. The Patriots traded the pick to the Chargers. So this is the second trade. I worked in grocery logistics for almost a decade. There are hurricanes and floods, etc. So my mind floats there. Yeah. You know, I mean, people, you know, it's fair to recognize that people generally gravitate or go to the things that they experienced. You know, people tap into their own experiences first. A lot of people don't ever even tap into other people's experiences when they make decisions, which I think is a shame. They're good at tapping into their own experiences, not very good at tapping into other people's, but whatevs. So the Chargers are now at 23. And they have 2:40 left on the clock.
Yeah, look, when you look at this player on tape, he reminds me so much of Keenan Allen and what he did in the slot. Like, his ability to separate and catches everything. He's always where he's supposed to be. He's a pro. And when I talk to the folks down,
Chargers pick is in. They got Justin Herbert already with their first round pick. Now they have, which was pick number 6. Now they have the 23rd pick after trading with the Patriots.
DJ, I'm surprised he was there. I thought he'd go more middle of the first round at 13, 14, 15 area. The big game, Georgia, Oklahoma.
Justin Jefferson.
And those 3 football games, and he ran 4.43. The combine, when a lot of people thought he went 4.55. Joe Brady really improved coaching up those receivers. You know, the same no drops to Justin Jefferson began like Joe Burrow, a completely different player in 2019 than he was in 2018. That allowed him to move up from the second round into the first round. Well, there you see GM Rick Spielman, and there is Justin Jefferson. Again, a replacement for what they lost when they got this pick. Stephon Diggs, that was part of a trade before the draft.
Okay. So who are the Chargers going to take? Let's get to that. Wonder where Hurts will go. Maybe the Chargers take Hurts right now. No, that would be silly. So the Chargers got the 23rd overall, and the Patriots get a second and a third round pick from this draft.
And they can take the same player at 37 that they would have taken at 23. The Chargers, meanwhile, I think are looking for defensive help. They got Justin Herbert. On the other side of the football, there's a couple of linebackers sitting there right now that would make a lot of sense for the Los Angeles Chargers at this point in time. They're looking for a
So they think it's going to be a linebacker. Let's see what they do. 23rd to the Chargers goes Roger Goodell's boring ass.
Is not yet in. But again, not surprising that the Patriots moved back. Not surprising that the Patriots moved back.
Not quite yet.
Belichick has done. As we're trying to see what Anthony Lynn and
Love will go before Hurts.
general manager of the LA Chargers are going.
Yeah, most likely.
The Patriots are going to take a quarterback at some point in this draft process, but it wasn't going to be in the first round. And what they're doing is gearing up the picks potentially to move and shake around a quarterback in the third or fourth round. The Chargers got their quarterback.
Yeah, see, they're talking about how the Patriots are moving back to accumulate picks so that way they could be flexible in the third or fourth round to take a quarterback. That's what the Dolphins – look, there's a lot of things about the Patriots way that I dislike and I do not want to be emulated in the Dolphins, but there are some things that they do that are smart, and that is certainly one of them. And again, greatest of all time, or at least one of them, Tom Brady, not taken in the first round. All right, who are the Chargers taking?
With the 23rd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft,
Goodell looks like he's fucking
Chargers select
Kenneth Murray,
Oklahoma.
linebacker.
Well, the Chargers
Probably should be sensitive with this, but I mean, like he has just been, he's had no, the Saints are on the clock. He has had no energy. Roger Goodell, he has had no energy. He's been like very lackluster. He's been sweating the whole time. I don't know what's up with him, man, but like that motherfucker looks like he's fucking feeling under the weather or something. I'm not saying he's got the coronavirus, but he's like feeling under the weather. I'm not saying he's actually sick either.
In so many ways. Lewis, take us through what the Chargers are getting in Kenneth Murray.
I'm not saying he's sick at all, but he just does. I don't know, man. He's just so like dull. How about whiteboard so you can go all X and O's Madden style? What, you mean like in the background? Nah, dude, I don't know that much about fucking football. Like, I don't know that much about X's and O's. I wish I did, but I most certainly do not. All right. Well, we're getting close to our final pick in the first round. Which we expect will probably be the last of the Dolphins being on the clock for tonight. I don't think that they'll move back up, although they could. I mean, we have the 36th overall pick, which is only 4 picks, into the second round. 36th overall. So we could theoretically move up a few spots. We certainly have draft capital to do it. There is potential for us having 4 first-round picks. That would be fascinating. See, look, that dude's house is not very lavish either. Most of them haven't been.
When you've got public clouds and private clouds and hybrid clouds, things can get a bit cloudy for you. But now, there's the
Got to get the commercials in. Yeah, of course. More of capitalism at its finest.
A single hub for consistent operating experience across all the equipment. That should clear things up.
Right now, get free delivery at Chipotle.
So, like I said, I'm gonna try and do a summary video tonight. It'll probably be a little bit later because I'm gonna try and see if there's a press conference. There's gonna be a press conference that Brian Flores and Chris Greer are will likely do together. It'll be a joint press conference from their homes. If it's available though, somewhere that I can get it and record it and put it into my video, then I will do that for you guys. So that way you guys have that to see for yourselves. I will try and do that tonight. If I don't manage to get it done tonight for some reason, maybe because it's not available yet or something, then I will try and do that tomorrow earlier on in the day. So that way I can get that out, at least a while before day 2 of the draft starts. And we got to get to the next set of shit. Anyway.
Since 1926, Nationwide has been on your side, working there in person during trying times.
Today, being on your side means staying home.
So, who are the Dolphins going to take with their 3rd first-round pick? Saints are still on the clock. They got 2 minutes. They're at pick number 24. Dolphins are at 26, a couple picks away. Who are they going to take with their 3rd first-round pick? They got their quarterback. They pretty much, rebuilt, at least on paper, rebuilt their defense through free agency. They partially fixed their offensive line and running back situation in free agency. They now have their quarterback that they coveted and an offensive lineman. What do they do? I mean, if it was me at this point, I would say maybe another offensive lineman, another tackle to get your other tackle that you need. That's a viable situation. Maybe a pass rusher because you still need to improve upon that. Saints pick is in. I don't know, maybe safety. Xavier McKinney is still on the board. Xavier McKinney could be a good, intriguing option there at safety, and we really need a safety. We're a couple picks away. If Xavier McKinney, honestly, Sean Payton was just talking about recovering from COVID, so good for him. Glad he was able to recover, but a lot of people have not, and this thing is far from being over. So buckle up. But good that he's recovered. I would think at 26, Xavier McKinney. Bama safety. You'd rather him over Delpit. Isn't that Xavier McKinney? Isn't Xavier McKinney the Alabama safety? I think that's Xavier McKinney. He's still, according to the big board, but Mel Kiper's big board or whatever, Xavier McKinney is the top player still available. And the Dolphins are getting close to their 3rd first-round pick, and he is still available. So if he stays available, I would say go with Xavier McKinney, the safety. You can see the Saints grabbing him, maybe. I mean, they're on the pick is in right now, so we'll see what they do.
They need playmaking ability at the second level of their defense at linebacker. So we see Kenneth Murray go off the board. Patrick Queen is
Lewis Riddick's talking about they need help in the secondary.
In terms of pass breakup, forced fumbles, they really struggle in this area. So could they use a playmaking linebacker who can roam sideline to sideline?
He's talking about a linebacker, though. Playmaking linebacker, sideline to sideline.
They could really just take the best player available. Patrick Queen may be sitting there
Vikings are now on the clock. Pick is in for the Saints.
Find out where New Orleans goes with the 24th pick in the first round of the 2020 draft. With the 24th pick,
Who do they take?
2020 NFL draft, the New Orleans Saints select Cesar Ruiz,
Cesar Ruiz.
Michigan.
Cesar Ruiz.
So there you see the very emotional reaction from Cesar Ruiz. He said a few years ago he was born to play center, and while that is his preference, he would do whatever is needed. And he
Cesar Ruiz.
Process with a very, very
Okay, Vikings are on the board.
you don't see.
Yeah, dude, if the Vikings don't take him, I would say the Dolphins should take Xavier McKinney.
Cesar Edwin Ruiz, 31 career starts in Michigan. He's dedicated his career to his father, who in December of 21 pulled over on the side
Xavier
of the road,
McKinney.
Route 55 in South
If not
Jersey,
another tackle, like maybe Josh Jones. If they don't take another offensive lineman, or maybe even a running back like Dobbins, you could take like maybe J.K. Dobbins, or there's DeAndre Swift. Although you could probably get a running back in round 2, especially since we do have the 36th overall pick.
And that's why the reaction
Or you could trade back into the first round, potentially.
The emotion hitting him. This is some of the best part of what makes the draft.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, with the 36th overall pick, they could probably get, DeAndre Swift or J.K. Dobbins. The board has actually fallen relatively favorable for them in this draft. Whereas that's part of the reason why I disagreed with the Christian Wilkins pick last year, was because there was a massive run on defensive linemen, and then they picked Christian Wilkins, when I thought that they could have just instead gotten one of the top offensive linemen in the draft. I would have taken Garrett Bradbury personally, but, at least this time the draft board's actually fallen relatively favorable for the Dolphins. They didn't have to reach for their quarterback. They did get Tua at number 5. They did get, one of the upper tier offensive linemen at 18, didn't have to move up. And they do have another first-round pick as of right now that they could still fill another major hole, either, let's say in the secondary at safety with Xavier McKinney, or on the offensive line again with, maybe a Josh Jones.
And now you bring another player with the versatility to play a couple different spots there. Lewis, the Saints will just continue to reinvest in the middle of that offensive line.
Like I said, man, I'm actually, as of right now, I'm definitely more pleased with their second draft overall than I am with their first draft. Overall, even though I still would have done things differently, it's not bad. And it certainly is, it certainly does provide a lot of intriguing upside. The question is whether or not the Dolphins are correct in their evaluations, whether or not they are making these picks correctly, they're choosing the right players, whether or not they develop them correctly, whether or not they build the team correctly, etc. There's a lot of things that still have to play out, but it's not bad.
By the way, we have another trade.
Another trade.
Again, we had 6 trades in the first round last year. This is only the 3rd that we've had.
It says Vikings are on the
San
clock,
Francisco
though.
has traded back in. So Minnesota, who had 2 first-round picks because of the trade.
Oh, so the Vikings traded the pick to the 49ers. So the 49ers just jumped us. Maybe they take Xavier McKinney because they think the Dolphins are gonna.
31, right? Do they still have 31? They still have 31. They just moved
Second
up.
round, first pick, Jeremy Chin, maybe. Second pick, running back, not named Taylor. Too many fumbles. Honestly, if the Dolphins stay put as it is, I would say that they should take either J.K. Dobbins or DeAndre Swift with the 36th overall pick.
Traded picks 31, 117, and 176 to Minnesota for the 25th overall pick. And what the 49ers are doing was, in this deep wide receiver class, maybe to strengthen that position. They lost Emmanuel Sanders in free agency. Their only
You think they're going to take an offensive tackle?
Are Deebo Samuel and Kendrick Bourne. Jalen Hurd is coming
They-
back off injury.
They
last
apparently
season.
think it's
He
going to be a
could
wide
not play
receiver
tight
as
end.
per this
They need wide
commentary.
receiver help. There's a lot of wide receivers out there, and the 49ers just have made the move right now to trade all those picks up to Minnesota's spot to take a wide receiver here, I believe.
All right, Adam, thanks very much.
So
I
Adam
appreciate that.
Schefter
So
thinks
they
it's going to be a wide receiver.
company in a very cozy confine working through the virtual draft. But again, they give up that 31st pick.
Yeah.
So they move up, 5 slots.
Well, they gave up,
to
I think it was
25.
3 picks. They gave up the 31st overall pick. They gave up like 117 and one more to move up to 25th overall. Adam Schefter thinks it's going to be for a wide receiver.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. My highest rated receiver that's left is Brandon Ayuk from Arizona State, who I think is outstanding. Another one that is outstanding after
Let's
the
see what
catch.
they
He's been
do.
working out with TJ Hushmanzada, and TJ told me he reminded him a lot of Chad Johnson, who we played with there in Cincinnati. So that's high praise.
Thought their line was
Brandon
stopped though.
Ayuk. I
Just
think
didn't
he's
make
a great
sense
fit
why
in
the
that
Bucks
offense.
needed to jump them.
All right, Daniel, thanks.
Wide
So the
receiver
pick is
makes
in.
more
San
sense.
Francisco
Yeah,
has
we'll see what they
moved up
do.
from 31
Pick is in,
to
and then we are
25.
back on
Let's
the
see where
on the
they're going
clock.
with another first-round pick.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 25th pick to the San Francisco 49ers. With the 25th pick
Okay.
in the 2020 NFL Draft,
What do they do?
the San Francisco 49ers
Niners select
Brandon Ayuk.
Brandon Ayuk, wide receiver. Yep. There you go.
All right, Daniel Jeremiah, nicely done. Brandon Ayuk is indeed the selection. So that's the second straight.
See, his
year
house is not
for
super
Super
lavish either.
Edwards
Most of these
that an Arizona
people just
State
have all right
Sunday wide
houses. They're
receiver's
just,
gone in
you
the
know,
first
like
round.
middle class.
N'Keal Harry.
All right, Dolphins are now back on the clock for their third first-round pick.
To the, I believe the last pick to the New England Patriots.
Thou shalt not covet
From
a quarterback in
Green
the
Bay,
first round.
transferred, from Sierra College. But what's
That's
really
my
interesting
philosophy, or the
about
second
Brandon
round.
Ayuk is the fact that he's basically just about 6 feet tall, but his wingspan is 81 inches. Let's put that in comparison, Michael Irvin. Megatron was 6'5", Calvin Johnson. He had an 82-inch wingspan. This guy is 5 inches shorter, and his wingspan is only 1 inch less. How is that possible?
I tell you, it's a blessing from God to have that reach. I call that an area code wide receiver. You put the phone anywhere, you put the ball anywhere in the area code, and he will make that play. And you match him up. You get Kyle Shanahan, that genius of an offensive mind, a guy like Brandon.
All right, we are on the clock.
Plays with the ball as you're watching right here. on
Yeah,
the screen.
honestly, Jones or
I mean, it's one of
McKinney,
the
I
great
agree.
combinations
Jones or McKinney would
that
make
young kid they
sense.
have in San Francisco.
Josh Jones is still on the board. I mean, look, again, I think Eric Flowers is overpaid. I'm not convinced that he's going to be what they are paying him for. Again, I think he's overpaid. Ted Karras, I do like that signing. I think he's a solid center for sure. You know, Austin Jackson, he's got some upside and some potential. He's got some concerns apparently as well. You know, but the offensive line is definitely, you know, coming together a bit. Josh Jones, adding Josh Jones onto that would, you know, theoretically or at least on paper, you know, turn that offensive line into a potential strength. But Xavier McKinney would also make a defense that is potentially, you know, at least on paper, theoretically going to be strong, even stronger. So either of those, I think, would be good picks. Personally, I would say, though, the Josh Jones probably outweighs Xavier McKinney because it's still a bigger need. Although, at the same time, we have, like, almost no safeties right now. But they did sign that one dude, Clayton Fedulum is his name. So they did sign him. They still do have Walt Aikens. Eric Rowe did some solid things at safety.
That's my way to play. Nintendo Switch.
So I would think Josh Jones is probably the better pick, honestly.
We hope you find our
It probably would be a better value
safely from home.
based off of your needs and what's available. Although again, I mean, according to was it ESPN and their analysts, Xavier McKinney is still, or is the top player on their board right now that's still available. McKinney would let McCain move back to slot corner. Yeah, and I think they should do that. But I think safety in round 2 is a better bet than a second round offensive tackle. That's what I'm saying. I think that Josh Jones would make more sense here. They could probably take either, like I said, DeAndre Swift or J.K. Dobbins with the 36th overall pick. That would give you a really good running back to help boost your running game, which would help ease things for Tua and that offensive line, help them. And then with the 59th overall pick, our second rounder, they could get a safety. That would be all right. I could fuck with that, right? If they did that, honestly, if they took Josh Jones at 26, one of those running backs at 36, and then a safety with their second round pick, honestly, just on its face, I would say that's actually a rather successful second-year draft.
Check out my RV and let's go for
I'm actually, if I'm being, because look, man, like I said, I care about facts and, whatever. So, like, if I'm being honest and if I'm being fair and objective, so far this draft has actually gone all right. Let's see what they do with this next pick. The clock is ticking again. It said the pick was in, but the clock is running down again. So they have 2:40. It is still Dolphins. Maybe they're going to trade back. As long as they still have another first round pick, I wouldn't mind if they traded back. I do want to see them pick again in this round. It will be fun to have 3 first round picks. But if they traded back a couple spots, I wouldn't mind.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jimmy Kimmel. We miss entertaining you and ourselves in my hometown of Las Vegas.
So what are they doing?
What we need to do now is to stay home and stay safe. Your home happens to be an empty luxury resort that you own. Well, all the better for you.
So thank you for doing your part in the fight against COVID-19.
And on behalf of all of us at Caesars Entertainment, we also want to send our deepest thanks to all the medical professionals and first responders.
Do you agree about Flowers too?
You are our hero.
Yeah, I just don't like how they're giving out these massive contracts. And I mean, I like it. I like the guaranteed money from one perspective because I like that the players are getting paid and they need to get paid. But they're giving massive fucking front-loaded contracts. So if they cut, they might not have like a lot of dead money. But if they cut the player halfway through the contract, then they only get half the contract worth of player value on the field, but still paid all the vast majority of the contract up front. You see what I'm saying? Like Byron Jones, for example, if he doesn't live up to the hype, he's on a 5-year contract. So what if they cut him after like 2 or 3 years? I mean, then, they paid him all the money and they don't get the full, the full deal. And especially if he doesn't, play up to the contract, then you don't even get the production that you wanted out of it.
Prioritizing safety, teams look at corners. AJ Terrell, not the player McKinney is.
We did trade. The Dolphins traded back. The Packers are now on the clock.
What they meant to Seattle secondary. Safeties are important. Xavier McKinney's a great player. Jordan Love, we knew who was going to take the quarterback once they start falling. Maybe Green Bay at the end.
So, like I said, I have to admit, so far the Dolphins are actually playing this in a solid way.
All right, we're still waiting to see where Jordan Love will go.
I'm still not huge on taking Tua. I still think it's too much of a risk, but I would be lying if I said that it couldn't work out. It certainly could work out. There's a lot of things that they have to do right for it to work out, but we'll see what happens because the Packers are now on the clock.
So the Packers, guys, they were in the
and their pick is in. I'm not sure.
They got shoved around in that game by San Francisco.
as you look at this team, Mel, what do you think Green Bay is needing right now in the draft?
I'm not sure what we got for it.
Result Devontae Adams and tight end like Colt Kmet. You think about T. Higgins from Clemson, wide receiver.
Yeah, I wonder what we got. I haven't seen anything on it yet.
Tight end prospect like Colt Kmet as well. Mentioned Jordan Love. That was more of a luxury pick with Aaron Rodgers looking for weapons. It's all Devontae
Let's see.
Adams. That's the only weapon they have in the passing game. And now
So apparently we moved back to pick number 30. So we dropped 4 spots, and we got a 4th round pick as well for it.
Kmet's going to be an interesting one. He put on a show at the Combine. And
Okay.
Certainly,
You know, whatever.
Okay. Apparently, the pick is in for Green Bay. So let's find out what the Packers are going to do. Again, they moved up in a trade here with Miami. Miami will only have 2 first-round picks. Here is Green Bay. Let's find out where they go.
Let's go.
So back to the 30th overall pick. So we still will have another one.
To the Green Bay Packers. With the 26th
Seattle and Baltimore an offensive tackle market, I think. That seems weak.
Jordan Love, quarterback.
And they picked Jordan Love.
Okay, this is fascinating.
So Jordan Love now goes off the board to the Packers.
Same age as Brett Favre was in 2005 when they selected Aaron Rodgers in the first round, stunning Brett Favre. And you have to wonder how stunned Aaron Rodgers might be.
Seahawks are now on the board or on the clock.
26th overall when Aaron Rodgers went 24th overall in the 2005 draft. But there you have the 4th quarterback in the first round.
Okay, there goes Jordan Love. Seahawks are on.
You see there.
Yeah, I mean, they probably could have gotten, especially since they were going up for a quarterback, they probably could have gotten a little bit more than just a 4th round pick. I mean, that was, you know, they dropped apparently 4 spots.
Kurt, hey, are you surprised by this move, first of all?
You know, they could have probably gotten a third round pick for dropping 4 spots in the first round.
Aaron Rodgers going to play a few more years, but wants to win now and wants to have some weapons around him to give him the.
But there you go. There goes Jordan Love
But as you mentioned before,
to be the potential heir apparent to Rodgers.
So now they're just building for the future. A lot of people compare this guy to a Patrick Mahomes. He's got that upside.
Compare this motherfucker to Patrick Mahomes.
That Green Bay has seen for a number of years.
We'll see about that.
Rodgers. So it's about preparing for the future, getting that next quarterback. But I am a bit
All right, baby, here we go.
Aaron Rodgers is thinking, give me some more weapons. I want to win more before I retire.
Yeah, it's philosophy. It's like you would think about a quarterback that could be the heir apparent, or do you help Aaron Rodgers and get him weapons? And there's a lot of depth at wide receiver. You find those guys into the 4th, 5th round. But for Jordan Love, he's a developmental quarterback. He needs time to learn and to transition. Obviously, coming off a rough year, Utah State losing all their stars.
So let's see how this affects.
Losing the weapons around him.
Let's see how this affects things. There's still a few more players ahead of our teams ahead of us before we pick again.
You can't reload at Utah State, losing all they did.
But
to do too much, but the
if the trade information I'm getting is correct, we will be picking at pick number 30.
Concerning, that is absolutely true. But when you go look at the video and study this kid, he's got more talent than any other passer.
So Greg Likens tweeted this out and said that the Dolphins have never previously made selections at picks 5 or 18. After trading back from 26, it's worth noting that they've also never made a selection at pick 30 in their draft history. So we'll see, man. It'll be the first time they ever pick at these spots. Let's see if they can get it right.
That one in with premier velocity. Now, can you read the full field? He doesn't do a lot of it, but you see glimpses of it, like here against LSU, working right to left. His feet don't even follow his eyes. He still is able to whip the ball out there.
So, yeah, the Dolphins now have a total of 15 picks in this draft as of right now.
And to be able to throw on the move. LSU, think about the difference in talent between Utah State and LSU. This kid has a lot.
Let's see. I mean, if Xavier McKinney and Josh Jones are still available at 30,
2 years ago. But again, real quickly, Aaron Rodgers
then it's shaping up pretty solid, this draft. This one is already shaping up to be a lot better than their first one. You got to be fair, man. You got to be fair and you got to be honest. It's shaping up to be a lot better than their first draft.
We're all surprised that Green Bay traded up to take you, Jordan. What about you?
Oh, just super excited. Yeah, that's just all excitement right now.
Would you?
Yeah,
have
what do
ever
you say,
expected
bruh?
this?
Let's see what happens, man.
Hey, I mean, I didn't know what to expect from any of this, so I'm super excited. Had some good talks with coaching staff here at Green Bay, so I'm excited.
So, what do you think you can learn from Aaron Rodgers?
I'm already knowing I can learn a lot from Aaron Rodgers. I mean, that's one of the goats right there in the game, and I'm excited to be able to come back behind him and just learn.
Yeah,
as much as I
see,
can.
Jordan Love's going into a good spot because he gets to sit behind Aaron Rodgers and fucking just chill, bro. He's not going to have to play this year. He's going to get comfortable in Green Bay. He's going to learn behind one of the best quarterbacks, and he's going to be good.
I mean, just by the work I put in to get here, the work that he got me here, I mean, really. So I definitely fulfill my father's vision.
Jordan, congratulations. You're going to the Green Bay Packers.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Alrighty.
There you see Orban Love, Jordan's father, with him and some of his siblings. For those that don't know the story, Orban took his life on July 13th, 2013, 16 days shy of his 52nd birthday. He was a member of the police force in Bakersfield, California. But he had just had
Also means could have gotten Love at 26 and top tier at 5 instead of Tua. Yeah,
everybody in the family wanted to go out.
that's absolutely true. They could have gotten Jordan Love at 26, and they could have, you know, done things a little bit differently at the top.
So they went back to the old.
But like I said,
but after it rose again, they tried another one.
Overall, even though, like I said, I'm not a huge fan, the Seahawks pick is in. I'm not a huge fan of the Tua pick. He look. I mean, I would be lying if I didn't say if I said that he doesn't have a lot of talent and potential. He does, but his medical concerns are a massive concern for me. And one thing going wrong with him could end his career. And that's, you know, and so they got to get a lot of things right. So we'll see how it plays out. I hope it goes right, man.
Okay,
I do.
Before we get to our next pick, we have a special message now from some people working very hard. No special message. Okay, we'll get to that a little bit later. It's going to happen at some point. Seattle is up on the board.
Seattle is on the clock.
Obviously, the NFC West
Pick is in.
a very, very difficult division. We've seen it top to bottom. And
What's going to
obviously
happen?
The Arizona Cardinals have improved themselves, they believe, with the picks they've made in the last couple of drafts, including
The Tennessee Titans are ahead of us, and they absolutely need a tackle with Jack Conklin leaving. So there's at least one team ahead of us that still needs a tackle.
Well, I think the lines are really where maybe they would look to address right here, both offensively and defensively. Could they use another?
Yeah, honestly, though,
right side, of course. Could they use another pass rusher? Look, they struggled generating.
There are ways that this could prove out to be. As of right now, I'm liking it more than I did the first draft, but there are certainly ways that this could prove out to be a disaster. If Tua gets hurt, if the offensive line is not as good as we're hoping for, if Eric Flowers proves to be overpaid for what he is, if Austin Jackson proves to be a bit of a reach and doesn't settle in like we hope, if Tua gets beat up and injured, right, and then when they could have taken maybe Jordan Love later in the first and gotten like Tristan Wirfs or Andrew Thomas, etc., right, and then
before we get to the pick, we have
whatever.
a
Like,
message from some people working
there's a lot of
very
things
hard
that could certainly go wrong, man. I hope that they're doing the right things. I hope that they're making the right choices. We'll see.
Chef Potato here at Century Link Field. Lately, our home here, like many, has been pretty busy. Right now, this kitchen is pumping out 3,500 meals for our community every day.
Okay, but y'all motherfuckers need to be wearing masks and shit. What's wrong with y'all? Put masks on. I'm glad y'all doing some good work for your community, but put fucking masks on, bro.
The ones that are most vulnerable. Now, Let's welcome a new face to our home.
Don't none of y'all got masks on. Not a single one of y'all in this fucking little PSA have a fucking mask on. Not one of them motherfuckers.
Thank you to everyone working so hard.
All right,
in
well,
Seattle and all over the country.
Seattle at 27. Let's see who they take.
It's great to see our teams and stadiums helping those who need it the most in our community. So with the 27th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jordan Brooks, linebacker, Texas Tech.
So Jordan Brooks, linebacker from Texas Tech, goes off at 27 to the Seahawks.
I had one coach tell me this week, I wish people would stop putting Jordan Brooks in their mock draft. We love this kid. We don't want everybody to know him. But you look at the numbers there.
Baltimore is up at 28.
Tackles. He led the Red Raiders in tackles 2016, 2018, and 2019. You look at what he's doing on the field, and the production, Lewis, has just been incredible.
Yeah, Trey, this is a super fast linebacker who basically lines up at linebacker in both base and sub. Now, he is a guy who really can get after it from the point of attack standpoint and coming downhill. Now, he's a guy who in coverage, I think he's struggled.
It'll be really interesting to see who Baltimore takes, man.
Man coverage exposure. You don't see him doing a lot
They're
of that.
just so nasty, that Baltimore team.
You see right here, he can come and he will bring it and he will bring the work and make some physical, impressive tackles. Now, what did you see when you evaluated Brooks? Tackling machine. I tell you, when he was out there, that Red Raider defense,
They're on the clock. They got 5 minutes, Baltimore does.
I think you look at a 6 foot, 240 pounder coming off the shoulder injury. He runs at the combine 4.54. This kid can fly around the field. Now you've got the durability concern with the shoulder injuries. But when he's on the field, you can see when he wasn't on the field, DJ, against Texas, they rolled off over 600 yards. So he was a difference maker. He's a good football player. I thought he'd go no later than the mid-second round. And there were a lot of teams that thought very highly of Jordan Brooks, DJ.
Yeah, that 4.54 speed, Mel. shows
And
up.
Miami will be on the
Think about
clock
this
at pick
for the
number
division.
30.
When you have San Francisco, the Rams, and the Arizona Cardinals, they're going to force your linebackers to play out in space.
So,
you don't get any more space.
They're unlikely to trade back into the first round,
So it makes sense for the fit.
which is fine. I actually prefer that, though, because I am a trade down kind of guy and accumulate more capital kind of guy. So I like that they traded back. Get one in towards the back end of the first round, your third first rounder. And then, I mean, hopefully they do get, Josh Jones or Xavier McKinney at number 30, and then get one of those top running backs with their first, second round pick.
PB&J's, have we got good news for you? Right now, get Pizza Hut's best.
And then with their
delivery,
second round pick, they get either a safety or an offensive lineman, whichever they did not get at the back end of the first round. I would take the offensive lineman, I think, overall right now, and the safety in the second round. So see what's up, man. Three minutes on the clock for the Ravens.
You do that for me? Really? Yeah, I'd like that.
Who are you talking to?
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning? Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Hey, do they ever ask you what you're wearing?
Yeah.
Red sweater, button-down shirt, like a good neighbor. State Farm is there.
Your styling was only about looks, but Head & Shoulder stylers do more. Strong on style, kind on scalp. Strong on style.
What are the Ravens doing? 2:20 left.
Head & Shoulder stylers. Styling products that are both strong on style and kind on the scalp.
Cheese it snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snap, they're so good we may run out of cheese. When new smartphones are expensive, the family has.
Come on, Baltimore. What are you doing?
With Boost Mobile and get 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones when you switch.
It's already going on fucking 9 o'clock. Damn, son.
Step up with Boost Mobile. And
Yeah, this
get
shit
4
is taking a long time. Pick is in though. All right.
Or don't, and remodel the living room. Switch to Boost Mobile and get 4 free Samsung Galaxy.
I mean, we're up
phones.
to
All
what?
our super reliable, super fast
3.5 hours
essential
now?
Service. Boost Mobile is committed to keeping you connected by remaining open.
ESPN is your source for the latest news. He is available and he is free to be signed. Expert analysis.
There's confidence that there is going to be baseball. This is going to be a complicated scenario.
And the best storytelling in sports all week on ESPN.
Good morning football. She's cute.
As jobs get cut, we are there. As plates go empty,
Now, I think
we are there. As beds disappear, we are there.
the draft is on a little bit earlier tomorrow and Saturday, right? It gets a little bit
kindness,
earlier.
And without discrimination. Today and always. Please consider giving what you can to help our most vulnerable.
Absolutely delighted to be part of.
Yeah, it's an hour earlier tomorrow.
And to raise money for COVID-19.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Damn, Saturday it's going to be at 9 o'clock in the morning for me. What the fuck?
You'll hear his name called as his father, Antoine Winfield, was, I believe, the 23rd
Damn, son.
overall.
Tomorrow it's going to be on at 4 p.m. for me
Here's Grant Delpit
on the West
out of
Coast,
LSU.
and then at 9 o'clock in the morning
Golf Award winner, the best defensive
on
back
Saturday.
this past season, and also
That's cool. I guess
Queen,
it'll be over
the
early then. Whatever.
linebacker out of LSU.
All right, come on. What are the fucking Ravens doing here at 28? Let's go. You guys need to start getting this shit moving.
So the 32 young men drafted tonight will obviously go on to do great things on the field, but they'll also make tremendous impacts in
Well,
their communities.
obviously, that's
Nobody
not
exemplified
obvious.
that more than Walter.
There's no guarantee that any of these guys are going to be a success.
This past season, I was truly honored and humbled to be named the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year. Very special to me. I want to send a special thank you to the NFL, the Payton family, and nationwide for shining a big spotlight on all the players across the league for making a difference in their communities. Now I'm excited to be joining the Baltimore Ravens for the next chapter of my NFL career. In Baltimore, I'm excited to be a part of the family. Let's welcome our newest member to the Baltimore Ravens. We're ready to go, and let's get it.
Yay!
Thank you, Curtis. You're excellent on and off the field. The Walter Payton Man of the Year Award is our highest.
Not
honor.
only does this motherfucker look like he's like
Truly a role model to
sick,
all of us.
but he looks like he's
Congratulations
fucking
on being a Raven.
doped up
With the
like a
28th
motherfucker
pick
too.
In the 2020 NFL Draft,
All right,
the Baltimore
they're
Ravens
taking
select Patrick Queen,
Patrick Queen,
linebacker,
linebacker out of LSU.
Well, I guess it's not a surprise that we're seeing a draft dominated by Alabama and LSU players, is it? Patrick Queen made game-changing plays when they mattered most. It was his interception right before the half that led to LSU's halftime lead over Alabama, 33-13. Had a sack in each
Titans are now up on the clock at 29.
the SEC championship game, and he was all
What do the
over
Titans need, man? The
Clemson in
Titans
national
need a
title game,
tackle.
2.5 sacks
I wouldn't be surprised if they took Josh Jones. That's why the move back, I do generally like that, but that could end up proving to be a mistake by the Dolphins. Because if the Titans end up taking Josh Jones to replace Jack Conklin, well, then they miss out. They could have fucking... Because then I would definitely agree that they could have done things differently. They could have taken a top offensive lineman at 5, or maybe even trade back a little bit from there, because the offensive linemen, all the best ones have lasted for a while. So they could have even traded back from 5 a few spots, got one of the best offensive linemen in the draft. Then they could have taken another one at 18, and then get the 2 of the best offensive linemen within the top 20 picks, and then get Jordan Love at 26.
So you're getting tremendous value. His ability to make plays sideline to sideline, and just the energy that he
But
plays with.
Stephen Ross is in love with Tua Tagovailoa, and so they took him at number 5. The Austin Jackson pick's not bad, but it's not Tristan Wirfs or Andrew Thomas or even Josh Jones. And Josh Jones is still on the board, but maybe not after the Titans pick.
He matches up as far as the cerebral part of the game and the physical part of the game. The guy plays smart. He can diagnosis instantly, and he's a guy who then can get off the spot, and he is flying. He may be undersized, but when it comes to measurables as far as his speed is concerned and how it transfers to the field, there's no wonder he makes plays in the run game, and even more importantly,
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Player that will hide behind that big defensive line. And Mel, I think this is a great pickup for what they need on the second level of that defense down there in Baltimore.
Hey, I contend they may not even win a national
I mean, because look, at 30, I would be happy with Xavier McKinney. Like, Xavier McKinney would be a good pick. But if they miss out on an opportunity to pick between Xavier McKinney and Josh Jones being the one that I would definitely take in that position, because the Titans decide to take him,
I'd taken Cesar Ruiz because I thought that was a spot maybe
then that's,
after Murray so now all of a sudden the Ravens sit there and don't have to trade up.
that could prove to be a mistake.
The guy can be an immediate starter behind, as you say, that veteran defensive line.
Well, you saw that home. Where
Not only is Mel Kiper all jittery, but that motherfucker's sweating too.
High five here from John Harbaugh and Eric DeCosta in separate places. His mom knew at a very early age he was going to be something special.
2:50 on the clock for Tennessee.
Light out of the corner of her eye, swinging back and forth, and she looked up. And as a 4-year-old, Patrick Queen had jumped up and was just hanging out on the chandelier. So he was a little rambunctious as early as 4 years old, and now he's going to be rambunctious on the field for the Ravens, going with the 28th pick in the first round. Now, the Tennessee Titans are on the clock, and of course,
Titans
they're
on the
drafted
clock.
late because they made it all the way to the AFC Championship game, and they did it by taking down the King. There's Mike Vrabel, Titans head coach, and John Robinson, the executive vice president GM. They both, of course, came through the Patriots organization, and it was
Tennessee.
This team with that guy, Derrick Henry, that took down the defending Super Bowl champions, holding the Patriots at just 13 points, and Logan Ryan.
It was also Ryan Tannehill. Can people give the dude some fucking credit for once, man? Yes, they have fucking Derrick Henry and a good offensive line, and there's a distinct possibility they're going to replace the one guy that they lost with one of the top talents here. But goddamn it, dude, motherfucking Ryan Tannehill deserves his goddamn credit. I'm so tired of him getting
He
disrespected.
was up big on Kansas City until Patrick Mahomes says, no, it's winning time, and they won the AFC Championship game 35-24, despite the fact that they were up by double digits twice in that game. And Mike
The
Vrabel's
fuck?
probably not very happy watching those highlights. Sorry, Mike. We just had to recap the season the best way we saw it. As we look at Kurt Warner here, Ryan Tannehill is there. What do we think we need to see around them going forward with this pick?
Titans pick is in.
Well, I think, Trey, they want to continue to build and be the team that they were last year. Ryan Tannehill was at his best when they ran the football, they ran play action, and they attacked down the field. And so Jack Conklin is gone now. Do they try to rebuild that offensive line? Do they get another weapon on the outside? Of course, they've got some defensive needs as well. But, they want to play the same brand of football. They want Ryan Tannehill. They brought him back to play that same brand of football. It's the best football he played in his
I
career.
think,
So
honestly, I think the
believe
Titans
they
should
build
take
an
a
offensive line.
offensive
They want
tackle
another weapon.
to
Wouldn't be
replace
surprised if they went
Conklin.
defensive line as well.
Well, it was really interesting the way they constructed that team because it was going to go as far as Derrick Henry would take them. And during the regular season, Tannehill was actually a stud. When they made the move from Mariota to Ryan Tannehill, that offense clicked, especially down in the red zone. They became one of the best red zone offense.
Yeah, dude, give the dude his fucking
Didn't
credit,
quite
bro.
that way in the postseason, but Tannehill is their guy going
And they made
forward.
it to the
Quarterback,
AFC
where are they
Championship
going
game.
with
Come
pick
on.
29? Let's go to the commissioner.
All right, their pick is in. I'm guessing offensive lineman.
With the 29th pick,
Josh Jones, watch. They're going to take Josh Jones.
the Tennessee Titans select Isaiah Wilson.
Ah,
Tackle.
they did take a tackle, but they went with Isaiah
They're
Wilson.
going beef. So that's the second offensive lineman from
All right,
Georgia
we are
off
on the clock.
board. You saw Andrew Thomas go much earlier. Now they go guard with Isaiah Wilson.
He's a
many
guard.
of those offensive linemen out of Georgia were some of the best in the country. At one point, their offensive line this season just absolutely looks massive. Mel, what do we like about Isaiah Wilson?
Yeah, 6'6" and a half, 350, huge. We're talking about the time back then how big he is. And Isaiah Wilson,
Yeah, that's a big dude. 6'6" and a half.
can be dominant.
Holy shit. That dude's fucking gigantic. All right, Dolphins on the clock.
The second level results are a little mixed at times, and pass protection.
7-10 and ticking.
Better footwork at times.
What do the Dolphins do with the 30th overall pick? Josh Jones is still there. So they didn't lose out on the chance to take him. Xavier McKinney is still there. I would take Josh Jones over Xavier McKinney because I do think that's especially for Tua, because you have an injury-prone quarterback, an undersized and injury-prone quarterback that you expect to be the quarterback of your future. They need to make sure he's well protected, and they're going to be able to open up running
He
lanes.
looks like he's a wrestler. I mean, he is enormous.
They need to
And
take
saw
Josh
him very well at the
Jones.
combine. I'm with you in terms of what you see in the run game. He can displace people at the line of scrimmage. Georgia loved to run the football, but in pass protection, I thought he really struggled to send.
Look at these
the
clowns in the
seekers way
background.
low, got a little bit too high. So there's some work to go with him. Needs some development, but you are going to be able to pound the ball with Henry running behind him.
Well, you mentioned a wrestler. He was a wrestler. He also played lacrosse at Brooklyn Poly Prep in New York.
6 minutes on the
Now,
clock for the
Isaiah
Dolphins.
Wilson is headed to Tennessee to try and protect Ryan Tannehill and block Derrick Henry.
Yeah, they got a mauler of a guard. That dude is massive. But there you go. They're fucking boosting that offensive line to make sure their run game stays dominant and Ryan Tannehill can work his magic, dude. He's fucking awesome. He's great on the move. He's fucking there we go. He's really good in the play action. He can hit dimes down the field. Good with his legs, can pick up yardage there.
We know you might not be thinking of Burger King right now. We're thinking about you.
We are taking extra safety steps to minimize contact in our drive-thrus. Download the BK app, place your order ahead, and pick it up with contactless payment.
Let us take care of you while you take care of yourself.
In an economic downturn, contractors are usually the first to go.
Food and beverage industry is pretty much stopped.
Under 5 minutes on the clock.
Something else. In the meantime, if we get back on Indeed.
Before I started looking for a job through Indeed, I thought it would probably take me like months.
It's within like a week I heard back from you. It's a really great startup. I started the job this morning.
I got my new job and I started today.
This is kind of a first for all of us. But maybe this is a time to put other things first, like being the first to check in, or the first to try your hand at the culinary arts, or all the arts. Be the first to volunteer, or the first to say it's all going to be okay.
All right, what are you guys going to do? Come on.
Where we're no longer looking at our worlds from the inside out. It will be what we did in here that will make us stronger out there.
4 minutes on the ticker.
Fanatics and stewards of St. Augustine to the Springtime Brawlers.
Pick number 30. Dolphins on the clock.
Run with us on a John Deere mower because this is more than just grass. It's home. Search John Deere mowers for more.
Yeah, so I mean, we'll definitely have to take some time to evaluate and, you know, see it in its totality. But overall, at this point, face value, I think that this draft is better than their first one.
does a good job getting the ball out there.
But there are definitely some concerns. There are definitely some time bombs that are, in there that if they go off could be potentially devastating. So we'll see how it goes. And again, we don't even know yet to be sure that there's even going to be a 2020 season. 3 minutes left on the clock.
Because we understand buying and servicing your vehicle shouldn't be a challenge in these already challenging times. Get 0% APR financing up to 36 months on most models and 90-day first payment deferral on any model.
All right, Dolphins pick is in.
2020 NFL Draft is presented by.
They are staying put and picking at number 30. Josh Jones is available. Xavier McKinney is available. Who are they going to take with their third first-round pick?
Get 8 original chicken nuggets for just $1. Only at Burger King.
Well, we continue in the draft. Tua Tagovailoa's night came to an early conclusion as Miami decided the hip was good. They took him fifth, but of course that's just one of 3 picks that they had. If you have a quarterback, you want to protect him, and they went with the All Pac-12 selection, Austin Jackson.
Austin
with
Jackson.
the 18th overall pick out of USC. There was some trading back and forth, but now we're back on the Miami Dolphins. As you look at Tua
Pick
and
is
Austin
in.
Jackson, both going in the first round already, but they have another pick. Let's take a look at Mel's best available. Brought to you by
So, according to Mel's best available, you have safety Xavier McKinney, Antoine Winfield, also a safety, running back DeAndre Swift and J.K. Dobbins, and wide receiver Michael Pittman. They can definitely get a running back, though, at 36. One of those top running backs is going to be there at 36.
Wisconsin is very close to Swift and Dobbins. In fact, I think he could go maybe to Kansas City. Kansas City maybe looking running back. And Michael Pittman Jr., all he does is get open and catch the ball in contested situations at 6'4".
Hopefully they can continue developing Rosen, trade Tua before he gets hurt, and get some good draft capital for next year. I mean, that would be a fascinating strategy. I'm not sure I would like that strategy, but
yeah, and those players turned out to be pretty good. At the next level, Mel. All right, for more on this,
maybe. I mean, I don't know, dude. This shit is crazy right now.
What Miami might be thinking.
Well, Trey, here's the interesting part right now. We're at the point in the draft where you could finally see a running back sneak into the back portion of the first round. Essentially, no guarantees.
Don't take a running back here. Please don't.
Kansas City.
Take one of those running backs. There's a few running backs. You're only 6 slots away from your next fucking pick. Wait till 36.
We'll see whether one of these teams pulls the trigger on one of those running backs right now. But there is some running back talent on the board without a single running back being selected so far in the first round, Trey.
No, absolutely. And let's not forget Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, Jonathan Taylor, DeAndre Swift, J.K. Dobbins, they're all there. You can get one of them at 36. Do not take, please, take either Josh Jones or Xavier McKinney. Do not take a running back, please.
1974 and 75. So what do we think Miami is doing as Brian Flores and Chris Greer are working the board one more time? Let's go to Daniel Jeremiah here of the NFL Network. Daniel, we've seen a quarterback and we've seen an offensive tackle to protect that quarterback. Where do you think Miami needs to go here?
Well, they have some needs on the defensive side of the ball. I thought maybe trying to find another pass rusher, whether that's inside or on the perimeter. Yetur Gross-Matos from Penn State has a ton of production. You also have Ross Blacklock, who can give you some interior pass rush. So if they wanted to go along the defensive line, there's a couple good options there. But I'm with the guys in terms of I'm curious to see, do we see a running back come off the board? Because DeAndre Swift, he sticks out like a sore thumb as my best available player.
Yeah, listen, especially with the way the running back position has sort of evolved outside of Derrick Henry, who was the leading rusher last year.
You sound like me about 2 at 5. Please don't. Damn it. Yeah. I mean, look, if they took J.K. Dobbins or DeAndre Swift at 30, it's not a terrible pick overall. And they're good players and certainly could help this team, succeed. But it's just not the most efficient decision in my mind. I'm a person who cares about facts and data, and I'm like,
So we're
I'm
going to find out after taking
hyper
Tua
focused on
Tagovailoa
like
fifth
extreme
overall,
efficiency.
then taking Austin
And
Jackson
when it comes to that,
15th
like,
overall,
you know,
yeah,
I don't think they're, even though it could be all right overall, it's not, you know, as efficient as I would like or as it should be.
With the 30th
All right, well, let's see who they take.
2020 NFL Draft,
I feel like it's going to be a running
Miami
back.
Dolphins select Noah Igbinoghene, defensive back, Auburn.
They took a corner.
Okay, somewhat of a surprise here because remember, Byron Jones
No, I don't.
didn't have
I don't like
all
that.
money.
I'm sorry, I don't like that pick at all.
In the NFL,
Yeah, I don't like that pick at all because they have Xavier Howard and they just signed Byron. They have two of the highest paid corners in the league.
both of Noah Igbinoghene's
Why?
parents are Olympians. His father, Festus,
I mean,
ran track at Mississippi State and competed in the triple jump for Nigeria in the 96
yeah, that one
Olympics.
is just
And then there's his mother,
confusing. I mean, look, I'm sure he's a great athlete. His parents apparently were great athletes, like Olympic runners and shit like that. But why? Why would you literally have two of the highest paid corners in the league? Do you need some help in the secondary still? Yeah. But what? Why would you invest a first round pick in a corner when you obviously need more help on the offensive line? You still need help at pass rush. If you were going to take somebody in the secondary, why not take Xavier McKinney, the top fucking safety in the entire draft? Like, doesn't make sense. Why would you do that? Man, they like, okay, now I'm starting to feel like I did last offseason or last draft. When they took Christian Wilkins, maybe they're shipping Howard. I don't know, man. But look, last season when they took Christian Wilkins, I was like, okay, I don't totally hate the pick. He's a good player, etc. But there was a run on defensive linemen. Let's wait and see what happens the rest of the way. But then we didn't have a second round pick because of the Josh Rosen trade. And then they took Michael Dieter, who ended up being trash in round 3. And it was like, what are you doing? There was that point where, like, I was like, okay, I was giving him the benefit of the doubt, and then they lost me. And they just lost me. Why? Why did you take this? Like,
That's the problem. He just can't catch. But he's always in position. He can find and knock the ball away.
so apparently this dude is just like Byron Jones. He's a pretty good cover guy, but he can't fucking intercept the ball to save his life, apparently. That's what they just said in the scouting report. So he also might be a reach as well.
They play in Miami, one of the top 5 teams in the National Football League as far as the amount of man.
Hell no, I don't like our quarterback selection. He looked disappointed, not even as good as Jalen Hurts or damn the Bengals. Yeah, I mean, Tua's got a lot of upside, but, you know, I'm not really a fan of that pick. And Josh Jones is still on the board, and they decided to take Austin Jackson. I don't know, man. The further we go, the less confident in this draft I'm getting.
His high school coach said, I've been doing this for 41 years. I've never had an athlete whose parents were.
Yeah, definitely a first round reach. That pick is just like they went from having me be like, okay, I still wouldn't take Tua. He's still too much of a risk. But you theoretically got your quarterback. On paper, you dramatically increased your talent on defense, and a little bit on the offensive line and running back. You got your quarterback. You got, one of the top talents on the offensive line, although you certainly had opportunities to take, the best of the best. And then you take a cornerback after moving back, which is not a terrible move to begin with, because now they pick up another pick and get 15 overall. But then you take a corner. All right, dude. I mean, I guess.
You can see here, just pinning the wide receiver to the sideline, staying in phase, going up high point in the football.
And he's one of those guys that can get up on the line of scrimmage and press. He's shown pretty good zone coverage awareness. He'll tackle against the run.
I mean, they're showing his tape right now, and he does seem to be in position a lot and stuff, which is great. But, I mean, if he can't make turnovers and stuff like that in college, if you can't create turnovers in college, how do you expect that's going to fucking translate to the NFL? I mean,
He's very fluid. He's quick. He can drive on the football.
I mean, there was a
Outstanding blitzer, and I think
forced
that's something
interception
that's
there,
gonna
but
be able to his new team, because that's the way they play on that side of the ball. I think it's a nice fit there.
this has been a really weird draft as a whole. Weak ceiling on cornerback, yet a few get reached for. Just so strange. Yeah, I mean, Jeff Gladney. Oh no, I'm sorry. They were just showing Jeff Gladney. They were yeah, this is another guy.
He can be handsy. Well, he's smart. He knows how to get in there, still be physical, yet not get draw penalty flags.
Anyway, but man, that pick at 30. I don't know about that, man.
I think the Vikings did a really good job with those first two picks.
Okay, so those are their first two picks, but that leads us
I don't
to
know
the
about that
Chiefs,
one.
ladies and gentlemen. And of course, Andy Reid's wearing a Hawaiian shirt. What else would he be wearing? And there's Brett Veach, the general manager of the Kansas City Chiefs. And
Well,
of
the
course,
Chiefs are getting ready to pick.
because 3 years ago
They got
moved up to take
518.
future Hall of Famer Patrick Mahomes, drafted 10th overall in 2017. Safe to
Look,
say,
Patrick Mahomes is great, but they're calling him a future Hall of Famer already. What if he has some major injury that derails his entire career? Hopefully not. I hope he, stays healthy for his entire career. But what if? I mean, it's just ridiculous that people say things so like declaratively when like I try not to do that as much as I can. I try and be as affirmative and firm in my and confident in my statements without at least acknowledging that there's some percentage that it could go another way, because you just never know. There's always factors that you can't account for,
Now they can add to a team that is going to be right now the favorite to maybe get back to a Super Bowl 55, which will be played in Tampa this year. So let's start with you, Mel Kiper Jr. The Kansas City Chiefs addressed a lot of the defensive needs last year that got them to the Super Bowl, and now
So
they're
let's
sitting
see.
with a luxury almost.
Maybe they are going to push some flexibility in defensive back with him more as a safety hybrid type. I don't know. Got to get McCain away from tackle style safety. He was a great slot corner. Yeah, and that's why he was paid. He was paid as the top slot corner in the NFL. And then look what happened, though. He got hurt, and he when they put him at safety, a position he's never played at, and a position that he was only just like okay at. He was okay at safety. He was phenomenal at slot corner. He was okay at safety, and then he got hurt. The same kind of injuries, as a matter of fact, that Rashad Jones has, unfortunately been plagued with in this back end of his career. Shoulder injuries, the same kind of, same exact fucking injuries. And, I think that they're ruining his career by putting him at safety because he's not really suited for that. And he's never done it. He should be the slot corner. And I think that's one of the bad decisions that they've made.
Joe Brady's offense. I know we're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know though. That corner, I mean, maybe they, I don't know, maybe they envision him as a slot corner. This dude, Noah, I am not going to get his last name right, so I'm not even going to attempt it. But Noah, whatever. I don't know, man. Just that pick is so confusing to me. Like, I don't see it. I don't see that.
Maybe you take one of these young guys here.
I just don't see it.
First round, you get that fifth-year option. Maybe Brett Veach and Andy Reid are thinking that way also. But you're right. This is a luxury pick. Running back, defensive line. I don't think they can go.
They
wrong.
got Tagovailoa, Austin Jackson, and Noah Igbinoghene.
Do you take the running back or do you take the defensive?
Yeah,
it's a big choice here for Andy Reid and Brett Veach and company. But man, I tell you what, it's nice when you're making these selections.
I don't know about that, man.
Ready to play with whoever you pick.
Lewis,
Well, the Chiefs pick is in, so this is going to be the last one for today.
With the way the team is presently constructed, with so many of their guys back from the championship run of a year
Yeah,
ago, where do
I
you think they
mean,
might be leading?
when you look at the way this whole thing is, when you look at the back end of this first round,
Taking a look at it, I mean, I know there's some quality running backs there that they will like. I think they need to have more speed.
the question marks are starting to pop up.
Maybe even a corner could sneak up here. But they really are in a luxury situation where Brett Beach and Andy Reid can really sit there and go, hey, look, we can just take.
All right, man. Appreciate you for joining in. And join me tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow it's going to be an hour earlier. And then it's going to be significantly earlier on Saturday. I will be doing live streams for those as well. So we'll see. I mean, the Dolphins have a total of 15 picks in this draft now with that trade back. So they still got, 12 more picks to go? I mean,
But again, we've
I don't
seen
know.
some of the safeties
Let's
out there,
see what they do. Well, I'm going to do a video to summarize after each round. But man, I definitely got to think about this for a little bit because it started again. I wouldn't have taken Tua, but at least they didn't trade up for a quarterback. At least they stayed put. And they did take an offensive lineman. There were certainly better ones that they could have gotten. They could have done things differently, and gotten Jordan Love at the back end while getting two of the top offensive linemen. So they could have done things way differently. But taking that corner, man, just fucking way through things. Like, what the fuck was that? So let's see what they do tomorrow. Tomorrow is round 2 and round 3, and we've got, I think, another 3 or 4 picks or something. So one running back goes off the board. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is off the board.
55 catches for 453 yards. And clearly Clyde Edwards-Helaire is a car guy because he said.
But so that means J.K. Dobbins and DeAndre Swift are still there. What is it, Jonathan Taylor as well? So the Dolphins could get, a really good running back with their first, second round pick, and I would be, cool with that. But who knows what they're gonna fucking do, man?
Clyde Edwards is his biological father, but in 2000 he was arrested and sentenced to 30 years in prison when Clyde was 11 months old. Clyde's mother met Shannon Helaire and eventually became a stepfather to Clyde, and he kept both of their names to honor both of them for what they've done. Boog, we talked about it. What a fit for the offense Andy Reid and company like to run.
Well, it's definitely a scheme fit. You think about Clyde Edwards-Helaire last year in the LSU offense. It's going to be a very similar offense with Patrick Mahomes. He can go inside and outside as far as hiding behind those big offensive linemen. He's only 5'8", but if you look at his change of direction, the ability to get in and out of his cuts, and then the area where I think he's going to be big and pay huge dividends for the Kansas City Chiefs, catching the football out of the backfield, tough runner, but he's a 3-down player, and this is what you have to have in
Well,
today's NFL.
that was
Not
an
just to run
interesting
inside or outside, but you better have
turn of
somebody
events.
that can catch the football. Now, he needs to work on his pass protection.
I mean, they still got a lot to prove. They got the quarterback that they wanted. They certainly feel like they've addressed the offensive line, or when they get done with the draft and the second wave of free agency, when the season comes around, if there's a season to be played, they will feel like they have addressed the offensive line adequately. The defense, they will feel that they have done everything they needed to do. They got the quarterback of the future, etc. There's going to be a ton of expectation, a ton of pressure. We'll see, man. We'll see. They got to prove it, though. I don't know about fucking how the first round wrapped up, especially that last pick. Really, what?
This you want to talk about it. Louis Riddick said this when they drafted Patrick Mahomes a couple of years ago. It was a perfect fit for what they want to do. When you saw what Clyde Edwards-Helaire did in that Joe Brady offense, who's now the offensive coordinator with Matt Rule in Carolina, You could just see him projected into what Kansas City wants to do offensively, and it's going to be fascinating to watch Andy and company work with all those weapons. Patrick Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, Williams, who was a big part of the Super Bowl win, and now Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Well, that is all 32 picks in the first round, but before we say goodbye, let's go back one more time to the commissioner, Roger Goodell.
Fucking Goodell sucks.
That brings us to
He
the
looks like a
conclusion of
wreck.
round one of the 2020 NFL Draft. Before we close, I want to take
He looks
a moment
miserable.
to express my gratitude for joining us this evening. Thus far, the NFL family has raised more than $85 million, including millions still being raised for COVID-19 relief efforts during the draft-a-thon.
Something is up with
And we've
him.
only just begun.
Either he's sick or he's
Keep the
fucked
donations
up.
coming, and you can keep the booze coming too.
It might be fucked
Please
up.
be sure to join us back here on ABC. ESPN,
Considering that
ESPN,
comment about keep the booze coming, the motherfucker just might be lit off his ass.
starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. Thank you for being with us.
He just looks like a
Roger,
mess.
Thanks very much. So what a night and what a showing for the SEC. Again,
Wow.
14 players from the SEC conference taken in the first round. That was an absolute record. We saw the quarterbacks go almost as chalk as Miami Dolphins decided not to repeat the history of what happened with Drew Brees in 2006 when they
Yeah, but
didn't
there's
finish
no
over.
guarantee that
And of
Tua is
course,
gonna
Herbert goes right
be
after
Drew
that
Brees.
to the LA Chargers.
There's no guarantee of
This has been
that.
a lot of fun.
There's
We
so
had a
many
super
things that
team
can
with
go
us
wrong,
tonight.
man.
Our regular guys from ESPN, and great time having the guys from the NFL Network here.
I really don't understand that corner.
Listen.
Why?
guys, this
Why
was
did
a
they
blast.
take that dude?
Boog, Mel, Lewis, you know I love you, but don't go anywhere. We're gonna come back and do it again.
And I
because
was
the draft
even,
is so
you know,
much
even
fun,
though it's
and
not
the
what I would have
emotion is such a
done,
big
I was
part
still
of it.
like,
It
all
started
right.
with Joe
They got their quarterback and an offensive tackle.
Again, we've got
The
all
offensive
those
line
cameras
is starting to
with
take
60
form.
players across
And
the
then
landscape.
that corner, like, what are you doing?
Mr. Kinlaw is feeling himself for sure. And there, of course, Brandon Ayuk. So much still to come. Cesar Ruiz feeling the moment. We'll be back with you tomorrow night. A virtual hug from the commissioner. But coming up next, Sports Center with Scott.
Well,
Mantel.
quit trying to make out with him, Goodell, you weirdo. I'm pretty sure he was that dude was either fucked up or something. I'm pretty sure he was fucked up.
Sports Center. I'm Scott Mantel.
Anyway,
Our colleagues.
wow. So that was something. What the fuck? That, I mean, damn, that corner at pick 30 really like confused me there. I don't know what that was, man. All right, so here's the deal. We got round 2 tomorrow, round 2 and 3 tomorrow, and then rounds 4 through 7 on Saturday. I will be doing live streams for those so we can see how the rest of the draft class rounds out. Tonight was interesting. I'm going to do a video. I'm going to do my live streams, and then I'm going to do summary videos after each one. There will likely be press conferences thrown in there throughout if and when they are available. I have the software that allows me to get those for you, so I will be putting those back into my videos like I did early on. So you can expect to start seeing some of those. You know, if there are at some point interviews with the draft prospects that I can get for you, then, you know, I'll throw those in there, et cetera, et cetera. So, excuse me. So keep an eye out for that either. Excuse me. I'm starting to get a little bit of hiccups. Either tonight, which is likely, I'm going to shoot for doing it tonight. But if for some reason I can't, like the press conference is not available, or if they, you know, whatever, I mean, if they don't do one, then I'll just make a summary video. But if I can't, then expect it tomorrow sometime, you know, earlier on, either, you know, whatever, late morning or early afternoon. All right, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. That was interesting. Yeah, gotta let it soak in for a minute. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. It was fun. I appreciate everybody jumping in. They say Noah is a physical guy for a track background. Hell of a good tackler. Gets a little handsy when he doesn't get an eye on a ball. Yeah. Well, we'll see how it plays out, man. I mean, we'll see. Yeah, so I appreciate you guys getting in here with me. It was fun. It was a good time. Make sure you guys join me tomorrow and look out for my summary videos. All right, guys, I'll catch y'all later. Fins up.